3:30.
Comme il est 15h30, nous allons commencer cette séance. C'est la 142e séance du Comité permanent du patrimoine canadien et nous faisons l'étude du projet de loi C-91, loi concernant les langues autochtones.
We have with us today the Minister Pablo Rodriguez, the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism, and he has with him other witnesses, the Deputy Minister Hélène Laurendeau, and perhaps afterwards Stephen Gagnon. Minister, if you would, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Collègues, merci de m'avoir invité à...
Thank you for inviting me to appear as part of your study on Bill C-91. As you said, I'm accompanied by Madame Hélène Laurendeau, the Deputy Minister, Canadian Heritage. And right off the bat, I should... I was expecting Stephen Gagnon to be here, but he's been held up at security.
Gather on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe. 2 weeks ago, it was on the same lands in the House of Commons where I had the privilege of introducing this historic legislation. Legislation that's long overdue. And that's because, according to UNESCO, 3/4 of the 90 Indigenous languages spoken in Canada are endangered. And if they die, so will a huge part of our identity. Since work began on this bill, many Indigenous groups and people have told us how critical this legislation will be for them, for their children and grandchildren. Just the other day, we heard from Olive, an elder from the Oneida Nation of the Thames in southwestern Ontario. Olive's mother tongue was Oneida. It was the only language she spoke until the age of 7 when she started school. At school, Olive was punished for speaking her language. The shame it brought wounded her deeply. It was then that she decided she wouldn't teach her kids Oneida so she could spare them the humiliation that she felt. And now, today, there are only 45 fluent Oneida speakers left in Canada, and none of them are under the age of 65. The Indigenous Languages Act is for people like Olive, whose community is losing its language at an alarming rate. Nous devons donc revitaliser.
So we must, therefore, act with urgency to revitalise and strengthen Indigenous language. We have already waited too long. In my remarks today, I'll focus on two key matters related to the bill. First, I'll speak about our dialogue and engagement efforts. Second, I will speak to the question of funding, how our government is going to support revitalisation of Indigenous languages.
With engagement and co-development. This legislation had to be developed in the respect of the rights of Indigenous peoples. From the outset, my departmental officials asked Indigenous groups how they wanted to be engaged and to participate. We did not impose a structure, we designed the process together. And to achieve that, we worked with our partners, the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, and the Métis National Council. Chacun de ces partenaires a entamé.
Each of the partners launched their own independent engagement with Indigenous language experts, practitioners and academics across Canada. And during that period, Canadian heritage officials conducted 20 roundtables. The feedback from all of these sessions, along with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action 13, 14 and 15, helped create the 12 principles used to co-develop this legislation.
Then held intensive discussions with about 1,000 First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. This included working respectfully with key Indigenous organizations and governments, such as the Council of Yukon First Nations in Whitehorse, the Manitoba Métis Federation in Winnipeg, the Nunat-Sihavut government in Nain, and self-governing and modern treaty governments across the country. Our online portal also collected over 200 questionnaires and electronic submissions. We also provided funding to the First Nations Confederacy of Cultural Education Centers, the Native Women's Association of Canada, and the National Association of Friendship Centers to conduct their own research and engagement. It is these voices, the voices of elders, knowledge keepers, Indigenous women, and young people that are echoed in the Indigenous Languages Act. Participants told us that Indigenous languages should be recognized as a right, that each Indigenous language, culture, and history is distinct and unique, que les besoins des aînés, des femmes, des enfants doivent être
that the needs of Indigenous elders, women and children must be addressed, that a language commissioner should be created, and that communities need sufficient, predictable and long-term funding, and that each of the groups and nations that were at a different place in their path to revitalisation and preservation of their languages. And this is exactly what the legislation contains. For example, some communities would like to focus on training teachers. Others want to prioritise immersion programs or developing dictionaries. Indigenous peoples told us clearly that a one-size-fits-all approach will not work, and that they are best placed to determine what will work, not the government. And we agree with them, Madam Chair. Our legislation incorporates all of these considerations and elements, and more.
To funding. For the first time in our history, there is legislation that commits to adequate, sustainable, and long-term funding for Indigenous languages. We're exploring funding models to decide how funds would be best used and distributed. Et une fois de plus, ce sont les peuples autochtones eux-mêmes.
Again, it is Indigenous peoples and not the Government of Canada who know what's best for their communities. We know they don't want project-based annual funding. They want the flexibility to determine their own priorities, the latitude to find concrete approaches that would allow them to reclaim, revitalise and maintain their languages. Madam Chair, this bill is not about creating national bureaucracies and bigger project-based problems. On the contrary, it's about getting the investments to the people and organisations in a long-term and sustained manner through multi-year agreements that will ensure reports on progress. In fact, the bill states that the Minister of Canadian Heritage must consult with diverse Indigenous governments and other Indigenous governing bodies to provide sustainable, adequate funding. This is important, and it demonstrates our commitment to Indigenous peoples, their communities and their future.
The Indigenous Languages Act was developed in close partnership with Indigenous people. It is truly their legislation. Its impact will be felt by many generations, including people in Olive's community. And despite the odds, Olive has worked hard to reclaim and maintain her language, and she's helping her people regain a language that was taken from them. The students have gone from speaking no Oneida to being able to carry a 6-minute conversation in their language. People in the neighborhood are starting to speak to each other in Oneida, and that's a strong feeling of pride that comes from knowing who they are. This is why our legislation is so important. 5 generations of harm inflicted upon Indigenous peoples have brought us to where we are today. Reconciliation is a long and difficult journey, and it requires a broad approach, one that includes improving access to clean water, reducing the number of Indigenous children in foster care. The Indigenous languages legislation is another step towards helping the next 5 generations and beyond. So I welcome feedback and amendments that could make this legislation even stronger. We must, however, move forward with purpose, and we look for support from all parties to pass C-91 without delay. Thank you, merci beaucoup, and I'm now ready to take your questions.
Alors, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We'll now start with our question and answer period. We will start with Mr. Breton for 7 minutes, please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your attendance here today. We can tell that you're very passionate about this legislation, and that is palpable. I'd like to get to the crux of the matter. I have a 3-pronged question. And you can speak as an individual or with your professional hat on. how will this legislation really change things? How will this legislation help us as a society to preserve, promote and revitalise Indigenous languages? And as I said at the outset, you seem to really care about this legislation, and rightly so, and I'd like to know what your opinion is about this very important issue when it comes to reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples of Canada. Please go ahead, Minister. Thank you very much, sir. I think that I noted down your three-pronged question, and you are right to say that I have a personal stake in this issue. Firstly, well, because I speak French and English, but neither is my mother tongue. It's in fact Spanish, and I learned French and English from 8 years of age. So I can imagine the pain and the suffering I would have felt if I hadn't had the liberty and the freedom to, in fact, maintain my mother tongue. It would have been terrible, horrendous, and that is what so many young children from Indigenous communities have had inflicted on them. Their homes have been taken away from them. You're not allowed to speak this language anymore, and their culture was denied them. And I always say that our language is who we are. It's our identity, it's our past, our present, our future. It's how we tell each other stories. It's about storytelling and telling our children stories that they hand down to future generations. And we should have taken action much earlier, but we're doing so now, Mr. Breton, through this legislation. This legislation will help us move forward and make good on the UNESCO Declaration on Indigenous Rights, specifically in relation to clauses 12, 13 and 14 regarding Indigenous languages rights. And this legislation would compel the government, and this is written in stone, that it would obligate the federal government to provide adequate, sustainable and predictable funding to preserve, maintain and in fact revitalise Indigenous languages Canada-wide. And Mr. Breton, the crux of the matter is that and this is a key point, this bill is extremely flexible. It will enable the Indigenous communities from one province to another to determine what matters most to them, what they need. There are no two languages that are at the same stage. There's only a handful of people who speak particular languages and other languages that are facing insurmountable challenges. So who are we as the government to foist upon them what they should do to protect and revitalise their languages? It's not up to me, and it's not up to you. This legislation will provide them with enough flexibility, whatever the Indigenous community is, whatever language they speak, to determine their own needs based on their own experiences. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do I have any time left? Great. So I'll ask my second question right away. Minister, we know that the Department of Canadian Heritage, your minister and the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit, Tamatui, the National Assembly of Métis Nations, that have worked in a collaborative process to draft this legislation. And I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on that and how the government in fact broached this collaborative process. And if you could please go into detail, how many meetings took place, what was the, in fact, the ambiance and spirit of those meetings. Thank you, Mr. Breton. Well, before we even started at the drafting the bill, this was not determined by the government. It was determined in collaboration with the Métis, the First Nations and Indigenous peoples. Before we determined what needed to be in the bill, we determined what the modus operandus would be for the consultative process. And we held a consultative process from coast to coast to coast in Canada, and my colleague can speak at greater length about those individual meetings, the leaders of the First Nations, the elders, the Métis, the Inuit, and the various women's associations. There were also online submissions, of which we received over 200. So it was a broad consultative process over a 2-year period with a view to moving in the right direction in a collaborative manner. Thank you for your answers, and I'd like to welcome Ms. Laurendeau and also Mr. Gagnon, who finally got through security. So that's all I have to say for the moment. Thank you. Mr. Blaney. Next, and before we hand the floor to Mr. Blaney, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Gagnon, for being here. We're happy that you are here. Mr. Blaney. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. In 2007, you and I were in the House of Commons when the Prime Minister Harper made his formal apologies to the Aboriginal peoples for the residential schools and undertook the Truth and Reconciliation process. And in 2020, we remained very open to this legislation in the new House of Commons. We've made our stance clear. We are looking forward to the legislation in committee, and apparently there will be a vote in the House soon, which of course we intend to support so that it is then referred to committee. Now, here's a question that just crossed my mind. We're in 2015, and this is the end of an election cycle. In fact, it's just a few months before the writ is dropped. Why have we waited so long when this wound is so open? Well, it's a good question. Well, we saw this, didn't see it coming. We should have sat down, Madame Joly and myself, but we eventually did, and we should have sat down and just drafted a bill, but we did quite the opposite. And we shouldn't have done that, rather. We did what we should have done, that is to consult with Métis people, women's groups, Indigenous groups. We did so from across many regions. Why? Why did we engage in this broad consultative process? Because the bill isn't for me. It's for the Indigenous peoples, for their children and their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, so that this bill is truly meaningful and meets the stated objectives. At its core, it has to be developed in a collaborative process. And that's why it took longer, Mr. Blaney, but it was the right thing to do because at least we were on the same page and reached a consensus in many respects. You alluded to the consultative process. We'll have the Assembly of First Nations, the Métis Association, who will appear before us. But in fact, what about the Inuit peoples and their stake in this issue? Well, there is a consensus around the bill per se. Where there is no consensus, it's the fact that Inuit peoples would like other components in the legislation. They were included right out of the starting blocks and included the Inuit peoples, but they would like the bill to go even further. And we said, well, that's fine. Continue to discuss this. The door is still open. We have mechanisms through which we can continue to consult. And Mr. Blaney, you yourself referred to how pressing this is and that the time is of the essence. And we need to introduce this legislation. It needs to have teeth because we're talking about a 2-year consultative process which has focused on a number of core principles with a number of key stakeholders. And of course, you know, at the end of the day, we can include other specific provisions in the bill itself or through other provisions. Now, you referred to the process occurring behind closed doors. It's almost like smacks of a colonialist approach. And we'll be inviting them to appear before the committee. Are you open to amendments to this legislation? How can you ensure that it's going to be an inclusive approach? Well, Mr. Blaney, I said right off the bat that this is just a first step, but it's a very solid first step, which is can be amended as the committee sees fit. But it is a point that is a springboard, if you will. It responds to the Commission's clauses 13, 14 and 15, and also the Declaration of Indigenous Rights of the United Nations. It will provide for stable, adequate and ongoing funding, and it will be a kickstart to the revitalisation of Indigenous languages. Well, Mr. Minister, you referred to funding, and you used that word in your speech. Now, most farmers would ask in my writing, how much, Mr. Minister? How much are you talking about? Where does the buck stop? And how much money are we talking about here? Well, the consultative process is ongoing. Now, the faster this bill goes through, the sooner you'll get an answer, because you know the amounts will be earmarked. Well, there's about 30 million that would be recurring envelope for the next 2 years. Is that not right? Well, there's a program, another program, and we're talking about $90 million over 3 years to revitalise Indigenous languages. But this legislation will go much further in terms of its transformative broad-based impact. Yes, you're right. There is a 3-year program. We're talking about $30 million a year, but that will ensure sustainability and predictable funding over time. Are you telling me that for this year and for the 2 next fiscal years, this budget envelope will in fact be all there is, or will it be there will be a sunset clause, or will it there'll be additional amounts of money? Well, yes, there will be additional budget envelopes. But what this legislation does is it ties our hands, it straitjackets us and makes us it obligates us to provide adequate, sustainable and predictable funding. And I can't specify what the amounts are here today, but they're under discussion with the Indigenous peoples. Minister, are you asking the House of Commons to vote on a bill which doesn't contain any specific financial obligations or engagements? Well, answer, this is quite a normal process. We normally paint the broad brushstrokes of what the mechanisms are, and this legislation is open, of course, to amendment by you and by the committee. And in your amendments, you can ask specifically what the amounts will be based on the demands or requests made by the various witnesses that appear before you, Inuit and other groups. So what you're saying is that this bill does contain... Has my time run out? Well, yes, of course it does bring with it a number of commitments. That's what we want. Next witness, please. Questioner, please.
Si, Dennis Suchlini Heslu say a Tidis Lessa. I'm a Dennis Suchlini person. I speak my language. And I say it with pride. And I speak. When this legislation, I'm looking at it from that framework. And I'm looking at it from the framework of all the Dene-speaking people and all the Cree-speaking people and every Indigenous language-spoken people across Canada. From our perspective, there are some things that we like to provide, suggestions based on my conversations that we've had. I do want to highlight 2 things. The NDP, as you know, myself and my colleague, Romeo Saganash, we both support the use and education of Indigenous languages done in conjunction with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. We want to see the 3 TRC calls to action related to Indigenous languages succeed but not rush through. I feel that this legislation is being rushed through, and that makes me nervous because I am so 100% behind retaining my language and passing it on. And all Indigenous communities, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit are thinking that. And I do know that you want to make the right choices and to move this along and support it. You said you're open to amendments. Are you? because there are some suggestions provided by the people and the people who speak the language, the educators, the service providers, the parents, the elders, and the list goes on. With that, how can you ensure that this bill is not pushed through without making sure that we have proper consultation with a broad range of people across Canada?
Because there's a will to change things, because there's a will to have a good bill. I think we're starting with a good bill. Is it perfect? No. Can we improve it? Probably. But it is based on consultations over 2 years across the country with different groups and elders and experts.
Minister, I wasn't consulted. My colleague wasn't consulted. And many people that I know, the Dene speaking and the Cree speaking, many of them are not consulted. So therefore, they want to have a chance to present. Another concern, sorry to cut you off, the amount, without specific amount for funding. My conversations with on-reserve schools and organizations, that's on reserve. Also had discussions with provincially run schools and organizations. They have the same goal and the same purpose. They want to do the same, to teach the language and culture and to retain it. How can we ensure that we make changes with the funding so that we can expand the funding to allow provincially run schools as well as nonprofit organizations to apply and have access to the funding, or even the radio stations across Canada?
Well, in that case, it would imply negotiation, I guess, with the provinces. But what is done with the funding will be decided by the Indigenous leaders, by the groups, by the different representatives. It's not us that's going to decide.
That makes me nervous because you are the government. The Liberal government is the government and proposing this legislation to allow leadership. That's failing the day-to-day people, the children, the elders, the parents. I'm not confident that will work to teach and to retain the languages if we allow that mechanism.
But are you saying that you prefer that I tell them what to do?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
and I think you understand what I'm saying.
No.
You're just playing the game here.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Because the mechanisms, it has been with all federal organizations, when they say funding is available, they provide mechanisms, they provide rules and regulations. This is what. And then the groups on the ground apply for funding following these.
Oh, there will
That's
be.
what I'm saying.
There will be mechanisms, and those mechanisms are discussed with the different groups. There will be the stable and long-term funding. There will be the mechanisms. There's the Office of the Commissions, the directors for the 3 different groups. But on the ground, what is done will be decided by the different communities. Why? Because the needs in terms of languages are very different, where one language is or the other, and how many people remain speaking the language. So the mechanism will be co-developed with them, but at the end of the day, the projects are theirs. That's what I'm saying.
I'm really confused by your description because that's not where I come from, where the Indigenous people are at. That says to me that this is not taken seriously. My language is not taken seriously. The Cree language is not taken seriously. ITK languages aren't taken seriously. And that makes me nervous because I want to make sure that the children of every Indigenous language, the families of every Indigenous family, feel proud and feel pride in making sure that they are passing it on. That's where schools are really crucial, elders are really crucial, the bands are really crucial, northern villages are crucial, and from friendship centers and organizations.
And we have the
across.
same objective, exactly the same objective.
That's not what I'm getting, so.
But we're going to the same place.
Okay. So with ITK, the letter that was sent to you by ITK, have you had discussions with them since this came?
Yes. Last time I spoke with them was in New York 3 weeks ago, face to face.
So this one, okay, and then face to face.
I mean, we're sitting together, yeah.
Okay, and I'm assuming that you had discussions, extensive discussions on how to make changes to the proposed legislation.
we have ongoing discussions because, as I said at the beginning, my door is always open and my team is there to discuss with them. And if there's things we can accommodate and amend it, we'll do it. If we agree on stuff, there's things we can either amend the bill or do it through agreements in the future.
So two questions, quick questions. Okay.
You're actually out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will now be going to Mr. Hogue for 7 minutes.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I was delighted to hear you tell the story of Olive, for that reminded me of a story that I heard about 4 months ago from Chief Harley Chappell, who is the chief of the Seminole First Nations and member of the Coast Salish people. And he too was anxious to have this passed. I heard you twice say that explicitly state a principle that Indigenous people know best. And I was encouraged by that and the extensive consultation you have been through. I don't expect you'll have time to meet with Harley Chappell and the people of the Seminole First Nation, but I want to be, and I don't think you'll have a chance to meet with everyone. However, I want to be assured that the principles that you have talked about are enshrined within the legislation so that they are reflected as the values upon which this goes. Having, I believe in the principle and the value of the creation of public policy and legislation is best developed when those people that it most profoundly impacts have their say with respect to that. Can you speak to the principles and values that are made explicit within this?
Absolutely. And as I mentioned before, the principles have been adopted together with the different groups. Why? Because this is the core, this is the base of the bill. This bill is based on those principles. The bill is based on our response, I don't know how to say in English, to calls to action 13, 14, 15. It's based on the fact that we want to advance on DRIP, specifically the sections related to Indigenous languages, and we want to make sure that the money is there for the long term, it's stable, and it's sufficient for the priorities of the different groups in the different regions. So, yeah, so the principles,
This one here.
yeah, I mean, there are many things related to the principles, but the key thing is that we're recognizing Indigenous languages as a fundamental right within Section 35. So this is a right for the Indigenous people, and it is a right. How do you tell your stories? How do you communicate? How do you feel proud about yourself, your past, your history, that all the things that you had once upon a time in common that because of a succession of government you've lost? So the element of the principles is fundamental, and also the fact that our government announced that we were supporting UNDRIP, and that has to have a meaning. It has to be a concrete, so there has to be something concrete. And our answer to that is by passing the bill where there's a direct reference to Section 35, which stipulates that Indigenous languages are a fundamental right.
So one of the skill testing parts about legislation is the consultation process, and whether you feel that's extensive enough, you get a chance to speak to everybody who wants to hear from it. And secondly, whether or not you enshrine within the legislation the values that allow you to move to make changes, because there will be changes that will be needed over the course of time, and some of those things are held in policy, some of them are orders in council, some are different strategies around that. Are you comfortable that the legislation that you have there is allows for that type of flexibility, so that the changes that can be made to respond to nuances and needs as they become we become more aware of those, or the Indigenous people become more aware of those?
And that's a very good question. Absolutely. And that is reflected in different things. First of all, as we discuss this bill, there are and there will be more discussions with the groups and the Inuits, and as they know, and I told them personally when we met a couple of weeks ago, and as I always told them, and my staff told them, and the deputy minister told them, we're always ready to sit down with you, and it's going to happen very shortly. So if we agree on more things, then there's different mechanisms. One of them is to amend the bill to include them, and one of them is if you go to Article 9 of the bill, which allows us to have agreement or arrangements in the future, the government with the Indigenous group or nation.
As I support the comments of Madame Jolibois in terms of the ability to do that, but I'm just not sure that, if I understand it correctly, that everything can be contained in legislation. That's why I think that the values and the principles have to be enshrined in there, and then the flexibility to be able to respond to those on an ongoing basis.
Absolutely, and it's clearly stated in Article 9 that we can have those kind of arrangements or agreements. Because there are always possibilities to improve bills. As I said at the beginning, this bill is not perfect. Can we improve it? I'm pretty sure we can. But is it something extremely solid as a base that we need now? Absolutely, because if you want to amend something, you have to have that something. If we don't adopt this bill, we have nothing.
Mr. Blaney made reference to why is it coming now in the sense of urgency, and I certainly, from the people I've talked to in Samoa First Nation, they have a sense of urgency. They'd like to see this, but they also need to be comforted and confident that the values and principles are being reflected in it, are there, so that if they have an issue that comes up at a later point in time with the Coast Salish people, and particularly the Lummi people, which live in the United States, but they were separated by a Canadian-U.S. border, and they're the people that have two people that still speak the language that they need to continue. So those types of nuances, you're not going to have a chance to meet with all of those, but I need to be comfortable that those values and principles are reflected in that. And so that as those issues come forward that are so important to these people, and I'm sure right across Canada, that they have the chance to have those, you'll have the flexibility to do that because of the values and principles that are contained therein.
And I agree with you. And if I could meet with everybody, I would. Of course, we know that it's not possible, but the consultations were broad, were serious, were responsible, were extremely important, and the process never stopped. As a moment, we said we're ready to table the bill, but we keep discussing on things that are more specific because there are questions that we have also to some of the things that are suggested, and if we can agree on something, then it could be either amended by the committee or implemented through an agreement or an arrangement. And also, as you know, things evolve with time. Legislation can be amended.
Apparently the chair has said my time's up. I'll catch you in the corner
And
later.
it is.
Work
Your
you
time
over.
is up,
Good
but
luck.
we will be now going to Mr. Shields for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Minister Rodriguez, for being here today to speak about this piece of legislation, proposed legislation. It showed up in the legislation as you read through it, in the word diverse. So I could see if you were saying the Indigenous peoples, but I don't know why you have the word diverse in there. Diverse. If you're saying all Indigenous people, what is the word diverse doing in there?
I'm not sure because what you mean by that, because
You
this
read
bill
it.
this
You
bill
read it.
includes everybody,
Yeah, I know. That's
and
what I
it
mean.
will include the Inuit also.
So you've got the word diverse that you read in your statement. You said diverse Indigenous people, and in the legislation the word's diverse. I just don't
And
know
all
why you've got it in there.
all Indigenous people. It includes all. It
Right,
it touches all Indigenous.
But why
yeah,
do you
yeah.
need diverse? Why do you need the word diverse in there?
Because they're different.
I'm saying it's a word that you don't need.
I'm including everybody, Mr. Shield, just for you to be comfortable.
If you said all Canadians, that'd be all Canadians. You wouldn't need to say diverse Canadians. If you said all Canadians, that's all of them. If you say all Indigenous, or if you say Indigenous, so I think the word diverse is
It's all
irrelevant.
Indigenous people, and I've been very clear since the beginning.
You know, I've got that, but I think the word diverse is
I can take it out and read
that's what
the
I'm saying.
speech
I
again
mean,
if you want.
it's a confusing word in there. To me, it is. I mean, if you say Canadians, you mean all the Canadians. If you say Indigenous, you mean all the Indigenous. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
When you talk about funding and you've got the word adequate, it's an interesting word when you say adequate. When you're using an adjective to describe funding. Adequate to me would be if you're getting grades, you get a C as an adequate. C is a funny level of funding if it's that important. So when you say adequate, if I'm getting grades in a course and I get a C, that's adequate. So, I'm not sure if that's the best word you want to use to say adequate. I'm not sure if that's the best adjective if it's that important, because adequate's just average C. So that's how it hits me. When you talk about funding and not project, I think that's really interesting. When I think of the gas tax, for example, that municipalities get from the federal government, you don't have to apply for it as a project. It comes to you and you make the decision how you spend the money. As a former municipality person, we like the gas tax because we didn't have to apply for a project and we could make the decision. But then when you get into how do you decide who gets how much, if it's by per population, or are you going to establish a base so let's say one band has 1,000 people, another band has 5 or 10 that speak. How are you going to decide the funding if it's not project-based? I don't like project-based because it doesn't allow you to make the decisions, and you're very clear. You want the group to make the decisions. So have you got any thoughts of how you would distribute this money, on what basis you would use to distribute it? Because that's the critical piece when you talk about funding.
Thank you for the question. Adequate, for me, is what's necessary to succeed. That is my definition of adequate. The adequate and previsible long term is a direct response to a call to action. Direct.
I like the long term. Great.
Direct. And you're right. In all our discussions with Indigenous peoples, they said, and rightly so, that they don't want to go on a per project funding basis. That they have to submit, then they need the resources to prepare the project, then they need the resources to prepare a report, and then they have to reapply.
And I agreed with you on that.
It's
but how are
be,
you going to do it? How do you think you might do it?
So it's going to be funding that will be available for this bill, that will be based on everything that the bill will be asked to do. And again, the bill could be exactly as it is now, or it could be amended by you.
I got that.
Such is the case. No, but it depends.
I'm talking. How does the check get to, and how do you determine the amount that goes?
But those are based on the priorities by the different groups, by the different communities, and based on their needs, based on the number of people that still speak the language, but what they need in terms of schools, education, classes, books, whatever. So all of that will be prepared together. But the sooner we adopt the bill, the sooner we have an answer.
I got that. And it may be a detail that you haven't got, but I think it's critical that you have it. Because that's what the Indigenous are going to want to know if you pass this thing. How are you going to fund this thing? What you just basically said is a project funding. What you just said. So
And
I hope you get some better understanding, because
Shield.
that's a critical piece.
okay, that's the end of your 5 minutes.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
So
Thank
we'll
you.
now go to Mr. Long for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to Minister Rodriguez. Thank you for coming in, Pablo, and thank you for leading the department and being a wonderful minister and having a great vision and moving bills forward that, especially this bill, C-91, that will preserve, promote, and revitalize Indigenous languages. I have a short story to tell you about my days in aquaculture when I traveled extensively around the world, and I visited Scotland. And it was Isle of Harris, I believe. And we were there obviously talking about salmon farming and such, but we were out that night and there was language spoke that I'd never heard before. And I was quite curious about that language, and I asked and inquired about that language, and it was Gaelic, Scottish Gaelic. And I was very surprised. I didn't understand it all, or very little of it, but I was fascinated by it. And I was fascinated by the pride with which it was spoken, and just how people, again, that community was so very proud of the history of the Gaelic language, and how they were preserving that language. So fast forward to 2 years ago, I'm at my mother's house for Christmas dinner, and my nephew's there. My nephew's a student at St. FX. And he starts speaking Gaelic. And I was shocked by that, but St. FX offers a course in Gaelic. And again, Nova Scotia. And the fact that the university, St. FX, is offering courses in Gaelic language, teaching that language. And again, it was about preserving that language and educating the youth in those communities about how important that language was, Scottish Gaelic. So, with respect to C91 and the preservation of Indigenous languages, I absolutely respect and understand what our government is doing there. Like you said earlier, is the bill perfect? No. Is there an opportunity to, look at amendments maybe or other scenarios? Sure. But one thing you did say that was of interest to me, and I kind of want to go back just to the funding side, because obviously, there's been different questions, I think, from all three parties with respect to the funding. But so there will be long-term funding over years to preserve the languages, Minister? So there's a commitment for long-term funding? Okay. Can you elaborate? You also mentioned about kind of with respect to funding and the bill, not one size fits all. Can you elaborate on that, what you meant?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for coming.
And it's a very, very, very important one. It became very clear from day one that there are different needs for different languages, different groups. And we had to have a bill that would be flexible enough to take that into consideration. The other thing that was also clear for us from day one is that this was a long-term process. You cannot arrive there with a bill and the day after you have helped to revitalize many languages and protected them. It's a long-term effort, which requires long-term funding, which requires multi-annual, can I say it in English, pluriannual funding, which this bill provides. In the meantime, as we head there, we have this other program, which has, as I mentioned before, 90 million over 3 years. That's something that's there, but we want way more. We're more ambitious, and the needs are more important than the program that is actually there, that it's important. But this bill goes a long way in terms of, again, in terms of respecting this right and saying clearly that Indigenous languages are a fundamental right. Fundamental right. We said it in written. We also say in written that there will be long-term and stable funding. We're committed. We're stuck. We tied our hands. Right. And it's a good thing we did, because we have to provide that money.
Thank you, Minister. I congratulate you for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Mr. Yerdiga for 5 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for taking time out of his busy schedule to come speak to us. I'd like to talk about the mechanics of the implementation of Indigenous languages within our communities. I understand First Nations, they do have the infrastructure in place, so it's a lot easier for them to put a program forward. And then we have Métis settlements, which is fine. They also have infrastructure in place. So what I'm concerned about is how are we going to reach the people that the urban Indigenous people, there are little clusters here and there, and they just intertwine in the fabric of their community. So is there any plans to address these people that don't have, infrastructure for them to pursue, the wanting to learn the Indigenous languages, whatever it may be?
Next question, and a question that I asked the team also is how are we going to be able to reach all these people and all the people that we want to reach and all the people that want to participate in this? And this is how we will be elaborating the actions with the different national groups. So by sitting with the leaders of the First Nations, by the leaders of different groups, we will work on solutions on how to reach them. For now, there's no clear answer.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I didn't want to go into the budget side of things.
Okay. Just Madame
okay,
Laurando,
go ahead.
she may want to add something on this.
The only thing I would add, with your permission, Mr. Minister, is that the bill provides that we can enter into agreement with various type of organization. It could be band council, it could be government, self-governing nation, but it can also be indigenous organizations. Because one of the things we've heard is that there are some educational organization or the Friendship Center, particularly other type of group in urban area that actually can provide some programming based on the demand that they have. So we provided for that the agreements can be struck with any of those organizations.
Well, thank you very much. I was saying earlier that I didn't want to go into the budget side of things, but obviously the department has figured out how much it's going to cost to roll out the program. I mean, the initial steps. I mean, it's not going to just happen with no money. So how much has the department established as the initial rollout of this program?
Well, we're working on that. We're working on determining how much money will be requested based on exactly what is being done. And this is done through consultation with the different groups, with the Métis, with the Inuit, with the First Nations. It's ongoing discussions that will end with different numbers that will be applied to different groups for different projects.
So what you're saying is
Based on needs.
Based on needs, yeah.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you don't have any budget in mind. You're just going. You have no business plan. So there's always the rollout cost. I mean, it's administrative, and that you guys must have an idea or a small idea. Is it?
No, we do.
50
We
million?
do have ideas, but those are things that actually we're discussing with them, and because it's something that we're still co-developing with them. It's in partnership, and it's something that for now is among the group that are discussing.
There must be an anticipated cost. I mean, any business always anticipate what it potentially costs for the first year of operation. We're not going and blindly say we have no money, but you have to have money to move forward. So what's your estimate of how many dollars are going to be spent in the first year once you start implementing the program?
Well, those are things that will be public eventually when we get those.
So you have a number, but it's not public.
We have ideas. Of course, we know how much, if we go that way, that route, what would be the cost.
So you're not willing to share that with the committee?
I cannot at this moment because we're discussing that with them. So it's part of the ongoing process of co-development with them. And again, at the end of the day, it depends also what we do based on their needs, based on their objectives, based on their level of organization or readiness or whatever. So those things will change.
So we will never know while we're studying this?
Course,
well, when? After the study? After the bill passes? When will we know the budget?
When we get to agree about that.
Okay. No further questions.
That was the end of your time, so I appreciate that. Monsieur Breton, c'est à vous pour 5 minutes.
Mr. Breton, the floor is yours, 5 minutes. Minister, earlier we spoke about the co-development of Bill C-91. To my mind, this was successful. Now, this is a bill that you care a lot about. Personally speaking, and alongside your team, what's your takeaway from this exercise, this ongoing long-term consultative process over 2 years, if I'm not mistaken? I'd like us to touch on this again because I think it's an important matter. That is the consultative process. Of course, nothing's perfect in this world of ours, but there was a huge, it was a huge undertaking, and I'd like you to elaborate on that process. Thank you very much, Mr. Breton, for your question, for your answer, for your question, for both. Slip of the tongue. So one, that is that I still have a lot to learn, and I can say that quite humbly. I've always been interested in Indigenous peoples. I have a great number of Indigenous friends, and I've read widely as well. And often we get the false sense that we know a lot when we actually don't. And without exception, all Indigenous peoples focused on how important it is to protect and revitalize their languages. And that stems from basically what previous governments, the lengths they went to destroy their culture. And the upshot of that is that they no longer speak their own language. And that's why it's an uphill battle. We don't have all the answers. The answers, however, can not come from the government, only through a collaborative approach between the government and the Indigenous peoples. That is the only solution to really make a difference for the Indigenous peoples' children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. That's something that I did learn. Very interesting, Minister, what you've just said. Minister, this is out of curiosity that I asked this question, but during this consultative process, was there any interpretation service provided? Perhaps it's the department officials could answer that question, but was there any simultaneous interpretation available to participants so that they could speak in the language of their choice during these sessions? And my second question, if I have enough time, were there any periods, are there examples of periods where best practices were gleaned from those sessions? Well, let me respond to your first question. Stephen was part of this consultative process right from the outset, so I'll let him finish my remarks. But in Winnipeg, I was invited to a round table where the participants were trying to reconnect with their own language. And these were 19-year-olds who didn't speak their language, who wanted to learn their language. And there were young people of all different ages. Some understood 5% of the conversation, some 90% of the conversation, and it was fantastic. But what was particularly fantastic was this desire to reappropriate their language and to transmit their language to their children and grandchildren.
When we were doing the consultations across the country in the summer, we didn't always have simultaneous translation, but we often always did for the Inuit organizations because it was important for them to have people in simultaneous translation like you see behind you. So that happened. I would say in the other areas, we didn't always have translation, but I always heard Indigenous languages. Often the opening statements were made by people who were speaking their languages, and I know that I didn't speak the language when occasionally people would look at the federal guy and start to laugh. So I knew that they just said something about what I was wearing or what have you. I mean, and then they would translate back for me. And I guess to sort of say to people, you know, this is what it's like when you're in your area and you don't speak the language, and so someone has to tell you what was just said. And as the minister said this morning, you always learn that something gets lost when it's done that way. So we did learn that it was important to encourage people to speak the languages across the country.
For the final 2 minutes, we will go to Ms. Jolibois, please.
Very much. I'm pleased to hear the words that you use, Indigenous language as a fundamental right. And I take that seriously and to heart. And from my understanding, I'm pretty sure I mean it differently than the government does. Because what I'm hearing is that there is language spoken. Funding, we talk about funding. There is no clear funding. There's no description about the indigenous groups who would access the funding. There's this understanding that all Indigenous people live on reserves. That's what I'm sensing. That's what I'm hearing when I'm reading this. For me, I want clarification on when we say all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. So to me, that would be inclusive of all the reserves, and then the far north, the Inuit people, and all the 3 territories, and then the Métis, and then in the provinces, all the languages that exist. Now, having said that, as my colleague pointed out earlier, many of us do not live on reserves. We live in municipalities and cities. And we, at this level, we want to make sure that our organizations would have access to the funding. So for that purpose, I'm looking for specific funding, and that's where language keepers and educators and everyone else is looking for it. So having said that, I do hear you say that you're open to making amendments, right? So how much time frame are you looking at with these amendments to make sure that I want to recommend some groups to you to make sure that they have a chance to talk to you, and then as well as to make sure that the TRC recommendations, because they can't go separately, they have to go hand in hand, we have to take it seriously. Some processes are done properly. And I think we're on the same page about that one, to be done on the same page. So,
because Ms. Jolicoeur has already gone over her 2 minutes, so if you could provide a quick answer, that would be wonderful.
The 3 calls to actions are included, the response to the 3 separate calls to actions are included in this bill, clearly, specifically. Now, when we say that we include everybody, we do include all the Métis, the First Nation, the Inuit, the Modern Treaty, the self-governing nations, everybody in and outside of reserve. That is why, and the Deputy Minister said it, that the money can also go to groups, not non-government, Indigenous government groups, but could be community groups, organized groups that could do what is required in a specific community, for example.
So thank you very much. Monsieur le Ministre, merci beaucoup. That's this first hour. We will suspend briefly just while we change over, but we will have for the next hour Hélène Laurando, who's going to stay, Stephen Gagnon, and I believe we're going to have Mélanie Théberge as well. So we are suspended. We're going to start up again. We have with us for the second hour from the Department of Canadian Heritage. We continue to have Hélène Laurando, Deputy Minister. We have Stephen Gagnon, Director General, Aboriginal Affairs Directorate. And we now have with us, welcome, Mélanie Théberge, Manager, Policy and Research, Indigenous Languages Legislation. Welcome to the table.
Point d'ordre, point d'information.
On a point of order, Mr. Nantel, yes?
Et la participation de chacun pour les listes.
And given that normally there are prioritized lists of witnesses, could we be advised of whether or not there is a priority list of witnesses? We don't have much time, and I can see that the ITK were not included in the list of witnesses. Is it possible to get a list of witnesses? I know we do place a great deal of confidence in you. Well, we can discuss this later if you will. There are a lot of invitations that have been sent out to potential witnesses. However, not everyone was available for this at this week. Well, maybe we could have a brief in-camera session at the end of the meeting. Well, if everyone agrees that they want to discuss the witness list at 8 p.m., we can indeed set aside a little time. Thank you. Now, 7 minutes, Mr. Long.
Well, good afternoon again. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon to my colleagues. C91 is a profound bill that I think, again, will do so much to revitalize Indigenous languages and their communities and their culture and instill pride in different communities right across this country. So I commend our government for moving this forward. First question is this. The bill would establish the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages, consisting of one commissioner and up to 3 directors. Clause 12.1, clauses 13 and 16 stipulate that the commissioner and directors would be appointed by the governor and council after the minister has consulted with diverse Indigenous governments and other Indigenous governing bodies and diverse Indigenous organizations. Can you describe what level of consultation you foresee with diverse Indigenous governments and other Indigenous governing bodies and diverse Indigenous organizations?
Thank you for the questions, and I want to point that Mr. Shields also pointed out the use of diverse Indigenous group in various places in the legislation. The joint intention that we had with the 3 main groups, we have done the bulk of the consultation with the AFN and ITK and MNC, the Métis Nation Council. But these groups were very conscious of the fact that there is a diversity of governments and organization. So what we wanted to make sure through the use of diverse is not so much pointing to diversity, but really being clear that the minister in various places has to be very inclusive in who they reach out to, and that it's not limited to the 3 main association, being the AFN, the MNC, and others. So it's to capture the fact that it would be governments, it would be councils where under the Indian Act they exist, but other groups as well, like Educator, Friendship Center, and a panoply of organizations that actually have interests regarding preservation of languages.
Just for record, what Indigenous groups do you foresee consulting with for appointment recommendations?
It would be a variety of groups, primarily governments and councils, but other groups that actually are, it could be Indigenous school boards, it could be groups with whom we have an agreement so that they have an interest to make sure that the various directors and the commissioner are representative of the variety of Indigenous groups.
Like in my province, and I don't know if you can answer this, but in my province in New Brunswick, can you name me like other groups or organizations that would be consulted? Would you?
In New Brunswick,
Yes.
specifically, Stephen, and Well, Friendship Center for sure.
Yes, I'm not as familiar with what's going on in New Brunswick, but for example, in Saskatchewan, you've got the Gabriel Dumont Center, so they support Métis, Michif language culture. You've got the Louis Riel Center Institute in Manitoba. Yukon has a Yukon First Nation Language Council. There are many language authorities. I think what we're trying to say is there are organizations that specialize in language support. You should be talking to them. If there'll be self-governing and modern treaty holders that would also be interested in having discussions.
So it is clear in New Brunswick, for example, that we would go to the Mi'kmaq, obviously, as a government, but also their school council would probably be consulted as well.
Okay, because obviously my riding is in southern New Brunswick, St. John, Rossay, and there's not a high concentration of Indigenous groups right in my riding. So I guess the question would be with respect to rural communities, urban communities, how would you ensure that they are reached, that you would reach them? Like how could they be included?
They would be included in the case of First Nation through the Association of Friendship Center and other cultural groups that would be interacting with us for the purpose of preserving languages. But primarily in urban area, that would be through them. In rural area, it probably would be through governments that already exist or band council in the case of but not strictly band councils.
So how would the department select which groups to consult with? Would it just be a good cross-section of different groups?
We probably would do a call-out, actually, and we probably would...
so you would apply...
We probably would do a call-out based on the bank of people we're interacting with. We probably would publicize the fact that we are consulting, and we would welcome suggestions. We obviously would go with organized group like the AFN, the MNC, and others, but we would be as inclusive as we could be.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The bill will also provide the Office of Commissioner of Indigenous Languages, the office, with the discretionary authority to undertake research and studies in cooperation with Stats Canada or Library and Archives Canada. Would these studies be carried out in collaboration with Indigenous organizations? And how would that look from the department?
The intention is to actually allow the Commissioner's office to be able to be responsive to requests for research that would come from various Indigenous groups. And the idea is to preserve a form of independence on how the research is done. So it would be through them, at the request of Indigenous groups, that those studies could be done. And they would liaise with those independent agencies because we know that they have a lot of they have a lot of information. And in the case of StatsCan, they already have provided a fair amount of information. And the groups we consulted with told us that they would like to pursue having better granularity of the state of various languages. So we wanted to make sure that there was a placeholder, but that it wasn't done through Canadian Heritage, but rather done through the independent agency.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Et alors, c'est maintenant M. Blaney pour 7 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Blaney, 7 minutes. Thank you. Now, the Minister left me with more unanswered questions than I would have expected. And so Ms. Laurendeau and Ms. Théberge, we read briefing notes regarding the $90 million plan over 3 years, earmarked to preserve and promote Indigenous languages. Now, has this amount been decided upon, and how will it be divvied up? That's my first question. And my second question is, what has the Minister just announced, actually? It seems to be a bit of a hodgepodge of surprises that awaits us, and we don't quite know what to expect. So if you could just clarify what the budget that has already been allocated of $90 million will specifically go to. Well, I'll call on Madame Théberge to speak at greater length about the types of programs that will be funded under the program. But this program, just like is project-based with very specific criteria. Obviously, we sourced more funds so that we could lay the groundwork for the coming into force of the legislation. Now, the budget envelope was earmarked through 2020 so that there would be sufficient bridge funding to ensure a transition when the legislation actually does come into force, so that we can meet the specific requirements of the legislation. So the program will be two-pronged. One, it will continue to support the preparatory work for the implementation. And secondly, it will provide for bridge funding when it comes time to funding the specific items under the legislation, and specifically Articles 9 and 10. And I'll call on Madame Tiberge to give you clarification. Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't involved in that program, and sorry, I thought it was you that was heading that up. Oh, well, in that case, we can send you a list of the projects that have been approved this year. Notably, projects relating to language revitalization and preservation.
Non. OK.
I mean, I know.
On va vous envoyer une liste.
Well, we'll send you a list. It'd be good to have a breakdown, says Mr. Blaney, of how this money will be invested. Well, what I'll do is I'll send you a list of the programs with their descriptions and the amount and the projects that were approved over the this past year. Mr. Blaney, I think that there is a consensus regarding the objective of the bill, but often the devil is in the details, or the absence thereof, the lack thereof, rather. But I listened to the Minister speak about the project-based approach, which he doesn't seem to favour for the lion's share of the funding. But, you know, when it comes to accountability and performance-based indicators, if you have a beginning, a middle and an end and an objective, well, there's a greater likelihood that the money will, in fact, help to meet the set-out objectives, whether it be to revitalise X, Y, or Z Indigenous language. Now, the Minister did not specify the actual amounts that are in question, but could you please tell us what this money will be spent on, and how will Canadian Heritage ensure that the upshot will be that these languages will be preserved and basically saved? And sorry to use this kind of expression, but I just don't want to see the money go out the window. I don't want to see it fly out the window. We've talked about the Minister talked about the legislation, its objectives, that there'd be money set aside, and yet he didn't specify how much and on what. Thank you very much. This is, I guess, the toughest part of this legislation to explain. But the rationale behind the bill, behind drafting this bill, was, well, we could have waited for all the data regarding all the 90 Indigenous languages before we developed a funding formula, akin to what we see in the provinces when it comes to education. But that would have taken a lot of time, and during that time, these languages would have continued to deteriorate or to disappear. So rather than, we opted to determine a number of baselines for best practices that are based on the needs that the First Nations, Inuit and Métis will outline. And once we've developed that database, and in collaboration with the Commissioner's Office, and perhaps as part of a 5-year review, we'll be able to develop a more specific funding formula that will probably be done on a per capita basis. But for the time being, the data was too disparate, and the needs too disparate to include this in the legislation. And that is why we decided, along with our partners, to specify the funding envelopes as part of long-term agreements. And it'll be a testing ground, if you will, so we can see how various components of the legislation work and achieve their stated goals. And at some point later down the track, this can be incorporated into the legislation. But for the time being, we're going to wait to flesh this out with our partners and stakeholders. Now, during our consultative process, we saw that certain groups have focused on education, youth at their schools. Others have put a greater stock in promoting their culture. And were we to make an attempt to define all of this in the legislation, well, we would have there would have been a number of omissions, and we would have failed to fund certain initiatives that warrant investment. So we decided to do the very opposite, and that is we have undertaken to fund the needs that our partners will advise us of, and then along with the department we'll develop best practices, and the upshot will be efficient and best practices. You've run out of time, unfortunately.
1 minute.
Have there been any discussions with educational institutions across Canada specifically to language retention and teaching languages and various educational institutions?
We have had consultation with educators. Stephen, could you tell us which education institution we consulted?
Well, at the engagement sessions, there were people from all over the place. I think some of them were from Indigenous organizations that teach. But if you're asking specifically like school boards and things like that?
Post-secondary, there are various levels, universities. Various departments within universities across Canada, from University of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, the East and the West, and there's that. And then the local, where the provincially run school boards. Whereas I come from, it'll be one of the Northern Lake School Division is one, and then they offer. So there are different levels I'm looking at.
So when we did the engagement, and Melanie may know better than me, but when we did the engagement, we didn't focus on groups, we focus in areas, and we said, so we're going to deal with First Nations. We're going to have a First Nation session in Winnipeg. And so people came. I didn't always know where they came from. I do know in Toronto, for example, though, there was a prof from York University, the linguistics section there, he made a presentation. So I don't know specifically, Melanie.
Yeah. So during the early engagement, we were meeting with language expert academics. So they would have been invited. I would say that's from the post-secondary education. Then when we reach out to the community in what we call the intensive engagement, this would have been at the local level where the community could have chosen to have an educator to come and speak. And most of the people that were there were actually educators.
Can you, because when I hear in the funding formula or the funding, we leave out the key piece, the post-secondary facilities where they're actually providing, for example, be it University of Saskatchewan, if they're offering Cree immersion, or University of Manitoba, the other language groups, those ones, and then how were they invited? How were you say you're talking about the engagement pieces and those that came to be a part of this process? How were they invited? Who invited them to come?
For the early engagement, we basically use lists, and every time we were we were reaching out in a community, then we would reach out to the people in that regions. For the community, it's the community that decide who to bring. We were working with the three national indigenous organizations to help us in making sure we had the right people at the table.
It really makes me nervous again, because there's so many key groups who are looking at language retentions across Canada, who are not necessarily don't look to the national political organizations, like the Friendship Center. We talk about that, but the elders groups or the other, be it prenatal group at a local level or various. because the way if the formula for to apply for funding, the way it's laid out, we would need partners in these various organizations, I would think.
And you're making a very important point, and thank you for making it. And that's why when I mentioned a little earlier how broad we wanted to be in terms of which organization that can be part of an agreement for the purpose of maintaining languages, it could also include provincial institutions or territorial institutions, just like, university or even school board. The minister can actually facilitate and cooperate with those type of organization with the interested Indigenous group in the specific regions. So those tripartite agreement would be possible under that to make sure that we reach out to where language support and language revitalization happen. And in cases where it happened in school or in the school system, it would be possible to actually flow money to those organizations, provided that it is the choice of the Indigenous group that are concerned in that region.
So, again, I would look for what you mean by that, because the importance of say, for example, the school board is all, say, for example, the North Lake School Division is an example where the majority of their board of directors are First Nations and Métis, and then they provide the educational. The school division would apply for funding for the schools, so that the schools can teach and offer programming.
And that would be possible.
Okay.
That would be possible, and we wanted to make sure that we did not exclude those situations, and that's precisely why we didn't limit it to self-government or band council, as you mentioned earlier, and we made, Indigenous group broader. For example, the school board in Manitoba would be a prime interlocutor with whom, on behalf of the rights holder, could actually say, we are a big partner in revitalizing languages because we teach it in school. So it's part of the flexibility that we wanted to make sure was preserved and it's in fact an underpinning of the legislation.
That's right. And then there's the other pieces where the on reserve, making sure that the schools and the bands and the healthcare, they have funding sources available to them so that they can do that, continue to teach their languages at their local level.
Or use them, because you see, it's about reclaiming, revitalizing, and promoting. And a big element of promotion is about using in your services. So a self-governing nation or a band council or a Métis government could say, we want to actually promote the use of our language by having programs that will make sure that our services are provided in that language. That would be a perfectly acceptable reason to actually provide funding. So it's really the three big legs. So the promotion can take various forms. It's not just, making publicity to use languages. It can be through your own institutions. And that's why we need to get out of the way and make sure that those things are defined by Indigenous groups themselves. And then in turn, we, as the minister said, we support and make sure that we make it happen. And to be perfectly honest, that we also track what are the practices that provide the most results, because people are at a different place in their journey. Some of them wants to reclaim, but eventually they're going to want to promote. So they're going to want to look at the nations that are that have the chance to have a bigger critical mass of speakers who are in the promotion business to say, okay, this works well. So when we have, completed reclamation, we can take those best practices and make them multiply.
Thank you.
Et maintenant, nous continuons avec Monsieur Arsenault, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Arsenault, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, witnesses. I'm replacing a colleague today. This is not my usual committee, so I'd ask for your indulgence in advance for any question that you might deem irrelevant that comes out of my mouth. So I read the minister's speaking notes, and perhaps you can speak to this. The First Nations from Yukon, from Whitehorse, Manitoba were consulted. Could you just reassure me that the Indigenous peoples from my home town and from the Maritimes were consulted? Response: yes, we did, indeed. Do you mean all the Algonquin families and sub-families, etc., and so forth? Well, thank you for reassuring me. Now, Madame Theberge, the Minister, in fact, gave a couple of examples of groups that we worked alongside. That's just a subtlety I wanted to introduce. We worked with the Council of the Yukon First Nations, among others, and we acted similarly in New Brunswick. So we're talking about 90 Indigenous languages, of which 60% are endangered, from what I understand. In I don't know how many countries there are, regions across Canada, and I'm an Acadian, and I know what it means to fight for your language. I think I had it easy, but the generation of my parents, great-grandparents, etc., had it much tougher. And so I'm very sensitive to this issue and the stakes. And Madame Jolibois, I do agree that it is worrisome to see that this bill contains a number of objectives, and there's not necessarily any confirmation about how they'll be met. Now, I'd just like to refer to paragraph 5 of the legislation, and I meet with the Mi'kmaq, and this is a reservation in Quebec, a very big reservation, and as far as the Mi'kmaq are concerned, now this is interesting. I learned through during the powwows, and I'm not referring to the various Mi'kmaq accents here, but they're in fact different words to use to name certain realities depending on where you come from, whether it be Mi'kmaq from Quebec or Cape Breton, and so the same words aren't necessarily used to describe the same realities, and they have their own dictionary, they have an app to learn how to speak Mi'kmaq, to ask questions like where are the toilets, where's the airport, and obviously there's a lot of headway being made. Now, from a practical standpoint, as far as the objectives of the legislation is concerned, is there a common denominator regarding all of these communities? We're talking about that account for the 90 Indigenous languages across the country. Is there a common denominator that will help us meet the objectives of the legislation? A dictionary, a lexicon, a school? What was resonated with all of those groups across the board? Well, it's interesting because one of the members asked the minister what he learned in the consultative process, and I tried to slip him a little note to that effect, and I'm glad that you've broached this issue. The whole diversity of the needs and of the Indigenous languages, that's what we need to preserve. And one of the hazards would be to try to unilaterally define these so-called common denominators. Some do exist. These languages lived side by side well before European colonists came to Canada, but there are major variations. For example, we can see it in Inuktitut, in Algonquin languages, across the various families of these languages and their dialects. There are broad differences. Now, it would be difficult to single out any common denominator. And the only one I could think of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but most of these languages are spoken languages. Very few of them are written languages, which makes it even more pressing that we protect them. And one thing that I learned in the consultative process is that we need to have the IT, the technological tools to preserve these languages and to rebuild them and revitalize them. Inuktitut started to develop a written language, but there are variants and it makes it difficult. So there's very few common denominators. The common denominator is in fact in the diversity, and this is a very in-depth a process. And were we to try to define legislatively speaking what should be done and how, we'd be running a huge risk. And that's why we decided to do the very opposite. We decided to develop the overarching principles in order to, or with a view to preserving and revitalizing these languages without getting too granular. Melanie. Well, when we discussed what language rights actually entailed, or how it was very difficult to define what the language rights are. The common denominator was that we didn't want to constrain these rights in any way or to limit them. What we did try to do was to give examples of efforts undertaken by communities to revitalize their languages. And there's a language nest, which was an example. These are hubs, if you will, where languages are learned and preserved. So those are a number of our endeavours. But the common denominator was that we didn't want to place any constraints on these rights or limit them. Well, there are so many different languages that we don't want to lose that are part of the fabric of our wonderful country. Unfortunately, you've run out of time, sir. Oh, dear. Dear, dear, dear.
On that note, we're going to you, Mr. Shields.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the extension of the conversation that we were having from the previous hour. And Deputy Minister, as you know, that I have some very specific opinions. There in section number 7, where you use the word diverse. And, it's a personal thing to me. And you slipped into using another word when you'd said diverse a couple of times, and then you said variety. And I said, bingo, I win. So when you use the word diverse, for me, there's a lot of context around that word. If you used variety, I'm with you. And that's a problem for me in a sense, personally, that it's got some other contextual meanings to it. And so that's a confusion for me. So that's why, sometimes words mean a lot of different things, and that one's an issue for me. When you talked about universities, in a sense that, would you see universities directly applying for money, or will it have to be in a tripart agreement?
I think we need to have further discussions with our partners on that, but I can tell you that when we were doing the cross-country engagement this summer, there was a willingness, I think, for people to tap into the expertise that universities have, but there was also occasionally expressed a fear that sometimes if the Indigenous organizations or communities aren't directly involved, they might not get the long-term benefits of the creation of a lexicon, for example, that things become copyrighted or proprietary. So I guess if you were to ask me where I think I would lean, I would say, and we were told fairly bluntly by some people, it's not that we shouldn't be working with the universities, but it should be the choice of the Indigenous groups to do that, not imposed by government. So
the other piece I would go to, and, from different kind of funding, and we talked about this just a little bit in the break. I have Siksika in my riding. There's 8,000 people in that band. It's very large. They do a lot of different things. But I know of couple of other very small bands. So it's the same with municipalities in a sense. Those big ones have shovel-ready projects on the shelf. They got the manpower to put the paperwork to you. Those tiny ones don't. How are you going to make up for that difference? Because they're not going to show up at your door with any kind of paperwork because they don't have the ability to do it. But they need it.
Yeah, and you see, you're making a very important point that it's a not easy balance. But I think that if we were gone the way of perpetuating the project-driven type of funding, we would actually enhance that polarization between the one that have less capacity and the one that have more. So we will, of course, cater to the ones that actually are already well structured and all that, but we will also make an effort to reach out to the ones that have less capacity. And from that perspective, this is where the NIOs can be very helpful, because they can help actually provide the support to make sure that we can very quickly reach out agreement with the smaller organization in a way that actually is meaningful for them. Because this is where the risks are the highest, quite frankly. The self-governing nations that are already well structured, or the school boards that already have gathered together among various band councils, they already have a critical mass in a certain capacity, and I have no doubt that they're going to reach out to us, and we're going to be able to work with them and not have difficulty to have them define the needs, and then off we go. But in partnership with the commissioner, because that's going to be also a role of the commissioner, because we need to make sure that we don't do it, we don't perpetuate the handout. You know, this is us, heritage, coming to you and telling you how to have your language survive.
Yeah.
So the partnership with the commissioner from that perspective will be very important, because they can play a very critical role in helping, maybe providing templates of things or disseminate best practices, so that in turn we can say, yep, this has potential, here's the funding, off you go, with the help of either the NIO, if that's your choice, that's the national organization like the AFN and others, or with the help of the Office of the Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Because I think that is a piece when we're talking about some of the more rare and small languages out there. If you don't find a way to do that, they're going to be lost in 10 years anyways. The other part of it, and you well know what my belief was in bureaucracy as a mayor, when we had a CAO say we need to expand this department, the answer was, which staff are you going to get rid of? We wouldn't add on. You have to make a decision. Here's the bucks. So the last thing I want to see is no more than 0.5% ever spent on bureaucracy, or we're wasting this money.
And I can tell you that that was quite forcefully explained to us by our partners. They were very wary, and I'm saying that very humbly. You will have Mr. Bellegarde, you probably will want to ask the question of him, of the discussion we had about that. We definitely were committed to actually implement the calls for action, which called for an office of commissioner. But we were very clear in our conversation with the partner that we didn't want to create a ballooning bureaucracy through that. They told us that very clearly. But at the same time, I think that they accept and see, not more than accept, they see the potential of having, you know, a third party that is not the government assisting particularly the more vulnerable community in that journey of revitalization and promotion.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hogue, please.
Thank you. Just having quickly gone through the Act to get a better grasp of it, and noticing the reference in the preamble twice to UNDRIP, and then it's referenced again in the purposes of the Act in 5G. And then as you go to number 6, the rights related to Indigenous languages, it's not mentioned there. Why would UNDRIP, is it intended to be there? Or should we be taking rights related to Indigenous languages as a title out, so that there seems to be a stronger correlation between UNDRIP and the initiatives that are talked about in the preamble? Or maybe you could explain to me why it is separate.
The UNDRIP is an international instrument, as you know, and it has very clear definition of a series of objectives that pertain to languages. And like any international instrument, it needs to be operationalized in domestic law. And the reference in the preamble and in the purpose of the Act lay the ground to say that this bill is an expression of a segment of the implementation of UNDRIP, because it doesn't pertain to implement all the obligation in UNDRIP, because there are many others that don't pertain to languages. The reason why the reference to Section 35 is that it's another layer of fundamental rights that we felt, well, our partners and us felt needed to be recognized there. So it's because it's a bit like a funnel. You have the broad international obligation that are filtered through our Constitution and become, you know, du droit normatif, as we say in French, or specific obligations that are provided for in the legislation. So it's only a structure to go from the most general to the specific of our Constitution, and then to the obligations that are.
So you feel it's accurately reflected in that Section 6 as well?
Yes. Definitely.
Because if there is a conflict, then they come back to the minutes of this meeting to ensure that it's there. So hopefully we'll be able to review that. My second question is, sections 1 through 11 are the values and the organizational structure, the issues around that. Sections 12 through 30 are the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages, and it becomes the operational. So there's an enormous amount that is vested in that commissioner and the commissioner's responsibilities. I think there are 3 commissioners that can go with it. Can you tell us how the commissioner and the commissioners will be appointed and who has responsibility for that? Because it seems to me, reading this, that they have a profound impact in terms of the interpretation. The values are laid out, but they're the ones that make it all operational, and the people that they appeal to and all the challenges associated with that. And then the final 43 through 49 is sort of a shared thing where the minister reports out in annual reports. But that sections 12 through 30, I think, are significant, and they all relate to the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages and that office. Who will be in that office? How will they get there? How will they carry out the responsibility?
They will be appointed by Governor and Council, and they will, based on a consultation, as we mentioned earlier, through the question with various Indigenous group, a variety of Indigenous group. I will not say diverse, I will say variety, in order to make sure that the Commissioner is acceptable to Indigenous people. And the Commissioner will be supported by 3 directors who will also be appointed by Governor and Council to represent distinction base, one that will be First Nation specific, one Métis and one Inuit. They will hold office at pleasure for 5 years each, and they will act fully independently.
So sorry, because I'm worried my time's running out here. So. Yeah. Will they be nominated from across Indigenous peoples? Will they be each one of them putting forward a name, and then the Governor and Council making a decision? What is the engagement?
The minister will be in charge of consulting to actually come up with a short list and a recommendation to the Governor and Council.
And there are also terms of reference as to what those people, their skills will have, or the background, or the support of their communities.
That's right, bearing in mind that the Commissioner will be the CEO of that organization, while the directors will have more a function of actually supporting on a distinction base the various groups, First Nation, Métis, or Inuit.
And so I'm assuming that all of those will be Indigenous people, the Commissioner and the 3 others, or you're saying that's not?
I think that's probably a given.
Probably a given.
Well, I don't want to state it because it's going to be based on the consultation, and some people may decide that somebody doesn't have to be Indigenous, but I think most likely they will be. If I look at the example of the Tax Commission, which some of the obligations have been borrowed from, the leadership is all Indigenous.
So just one really fast one. I'll go really quickly. Okay. So
still not going to get an answer to it.
Okay.
Because we're out of time.
Well,
but you know what?
There's a sense of.
We'll have time to get to Mr. Long, so maybe he can share some of your time to get that in.
Can I share one?
Because we're going to Mr. Yurdiga now for 5 minutes.
Once again, thank you, Madam Chair. So, we all understand that you went through a consultation process of some sort. So can you clarify and when it started? Obviously, it took some time and it didn't happen last week. So when did you start the process?
Ask Melanie and Stephen to tell you that there were 2 phases. The first phase was how we would go about to actually proceed. That was the phase that came from 2016 to 2017.
Well, if I could, it started right after the Prime Minister made the announcement in December 2016 that we were going to enact an Indigenous Aboriginal law. From this announcement, I think the department started working with national organizations to determine how we would go about to engage with people. And then in June 2017, then there was the announcement of how we would work, and that this is where the early engagement started. So Canadian Heritage and each of the national Indigenous organizations started to conduct their engagement with Indigenous language experts. And then after that, I think one of the things that we've heard through the engagement and everybody heard is that we needed to go through intensive engagement. More engagement was needed at a community level. So then it started. So it went really, I think, throughout. And these engagement, whether it's the yearly or, there's been dialogue with self-government and modern treaty partners. There's been invitation that we went to make presentation at different conferences. There's been different, anytime everybody wanted to talk to us, basically we would be there. So I wouldn't say there's an end, and it's throughout.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I heard about First Nations. We heard about Métis, Inuit, and all these people belong to a group. And you did mention Métis government. That to me, that's referring to the settlements where they are recognized as a body, a governing body. But many of them are societies. So I'm not sure, like Métis Nation of Alberta, society. So, and there's a lot of people that don't belong to society that are Indigenous. And so when we're doing, so it comes to my question. During the future consultations, trying to get guidelines on how much is this going to cost and how we're going to roll it out and so forth and so on. So what's your plans? What's the second steps? Who are you going to consult? What time frame? Because there's a large group that you guys are missing. Is the Métis that don't belong to any particular group. Because you have to be a member of a society. And the only governing body, like I said, was the settlement. So how are you going to address this?
Part of it will be addressed with, when I mentioned earlier is that there are groups in urban area that actually support various Indigenous people. They're not necessarily doing it based on either whether you're First Nation, Métis, or Inuit. They will actually support various groups, and within that, they often support, linguistic program or cultural programs.
I understand that. Do you meet with the settlements yet?
The Métis settlement, I don't think we met with them, no.
No, but we did hold sessions in Alberta for Métis specifically. I don't know if anyone from the settlement showed up. Certainly people from the...
Well, they're a separate body, so a separate invitation would have to be made. So, I
but nothing would prevent them to actually engage with us.
If they knew about it.
Yeah. No,
I don't get invited to some meetings because I didn't know about it. So
no, fair enough. They would, however, qualify to be able to sit down and have an agreement with us. That's for sure. Section 8 and 9 would allow for that because they are an organized group and they actually have capacity, and they certainly would qualify for that.
The Métis settlements are large group with landmass, and I would think that would be one of the groups I would have definitely focused on.
Yeah. No, that's a good suggestion.
Because you're dealing with Métis societies, but you're not actually dealing with the Métis government, which is a settlement. So I think we missed an opportunity.
No, that's a fair point.
You can get a different perspective. So I would really encourage that you reach out to the settlements. I think you'll get a different perspective on a lot of things.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, and I thank you for raising it. Okay. We will.
And that brings you to the end of your 5 minutes. And so we get to go back to Mr. Hogue, who had two fast questions.
Mr. Urdigas, I think your comments are very salient. But I also think that given the Office of the Commissioner, and as you've described it, I think that's probably the place where that sensitivity will be there, and they're the ones who can operationally and carry it out, much more so than being a part of the legislation. I think that's what their task is. That's what their job is. And so as I read the sections, am I correct on that?
You're totally correct on that.
Okay, my second question, which I was concerned about, it was in the preamble. It says Whereas 2019 has been proclaimed by the General Assembly of the United Nations as the International Year of Indigenous Languages to, among other things, draw attention to the critical loss of Indigenous languages and the urgent need to maintain and revitalize and promote Indigenous languages. The sense of urgency, I think I've been hearing there's a fair amount of consensus in terms of this. So given what you've heard, is it your sense that this is something that we could actually get through the House and get done in the next, I mean, I don't think you're prescient enough to be able to say that, but are you able to what you're hearing from the committee, that are you feeling that you're pretty close to what is being asked for?
It's not an easy question for me as an official to answer. It really
It's
depends.
a technical question.
I think to be clear, I think it's very doable. I think there's a high level of consensus in many places. Of course, I cannot presume of the level of consensus among parliamentarians. That's why there is those discussion. But I think it's fair to say that there is a high level of consensus about the urgency and the need to act. We can always improve to 5-year review how we act better. But the missed opportunity would be to wait even longer.
So it does, the United Nations is saying how urgent this is, and we're hearing it from the communities as well. And there is a 5-year review that happens every 5 years. There's a review contained within the legislation.
Correct.
So I'm feeling some solace and hope that we can actually get this through so that the Aboriginal communities could actually be making decisions for themselves through this commissioner rather than having us sit here and do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that brings us to 5:30. Thank you very much for all of you for coming and for helping us with this legislation. It was really helpful to have your information, your background on it. We are going to be suspending for half an hour, but I'll ask everyone to be back at the table at 6 o'clock when we continue with Clément Chartier, the president of the Métis National Council. Thank you. So we're going to get started again. And with us now, we have by video conference Clément Chartier, President of the Métis National Council. Thank you for being there with us. I know that we have a little bit of a time change with you, but it's really helpful to have you here. Could I just check you can hear? Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I had sound. So why don't...
your sound.
Perfect. That works. So why don't we just get started with your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you. Well, as you know, I've appeared before your committee in the past, and I've given an explanation of the Métis Nation, the people, our geographic territory, and so on. So I won't get into too much of that, other than, again, to reaffirm that the Métis Nation is a distinct people. We have a distinct language known as Michif, although many of our people still speak other indigenous languages. For example, in the Métis village of La Loche, the Métis there speak Dene. In the Métis village of Île-à-la-Crosse, many speak Cree. In other provinces, particularly Manitoba, many of our people speak Saulteaux. So it's not only the Michif language that's important to us, but Michif is the official language of the Métis Nation. And of course, our nation is located in Western Canada. I know the legislation also addresses that there's a need to redress grievances or historic wrongs, and the Métis Nation is no different. We remain to see reparations by Canada, particularly with respect to the relocation of our peoples within our homeland. We became internal refugees within our own homeland, dispossessed of our lands and resources, were the subject of a unilaterally imposed system which extinguished so-called extinguished, which we dispute our title and rights to our lands and resources and to our harvesting rights. So we have, I guess, reasons to celebrate this bill going forward, and in particular, we also suffered the consequences of residential school. As I've mentioned in the past, I was a former student of the Île-à-la-Crosse boarding school. I was there for 10 years. We still have yet to be dealt with by Canada. And of course, many of us were, severely affected by that experience. We're also victims of the 60s scoop and exclusion of many federal programs and services provided to other Indigenous peoples over the years. But finally, with the Daniels decision in 2016 and the federal government clearly being viewed as having a responsibility, or at least a jurisdiction, to deal with the Métis on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis. So I think we're currently on a level playing field, and that's a good thing. And over the past 3 years, we've seen unprecedented growth in the relationship with the Government of Canada through the current Prime Minister. We have the Permanent Bilateral Mechanism, which for the first time in the history of the Métis Nation led us to Budget 2018, where we are now in a substantial way on a distinctions-based approach provided programs and services to citizens of the Métis Nation, services we did not have in the past. And of course, we're looking forward to Budget 2019, where we're hoping that we will have, further allocations to the Métis Nation. So we've waited a long time for this to happen, and it's finally happening. And we're particularly pleased that this government has engaged us on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis through a partnership as between us in areas such as co-development of legislation. This particular piece, the Indigenous Languages Bill, which hopefully will end up being an Indigenous Languages Act, which was co-developed, as I say, between the national representatives of Indigenous peoples and nations, the Assembly of First Nations, the Inuit Tapira Kanatami, and the Métis National Council, the national government of the Métis Nation. I think it is unprecedented. And we have been engaged in a meaningful way, not just consultations, but actual co-development at both the political level and at the officials level. And with that, I sincerely thank Minister Joly and Minister Rodriguez for the work that they've done, and to the Prime Minister for his accepting at the outset that he must deal with us on a distinctions-based approach, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation, and also, recognizing Section 35 as a full box of rights, and that the inherent right contained therein includes the right to our languages. Over the last 25 years or so, the Métis National Council and its governing members, particularly Métis Nation Saskatchewan through the Gabriel Dumont Institute and the Manitoba Métis Federation through the Louis Riel Institute, have been working quite diligently on looking to recapture our language, to revitalize our language, to get and promote our languages being spoken once again. Unfortunately, we have, I would say, less than 1,000 fluent Michif speakers in our homeland, and many of them, or majority, are over the age of 65. The Gabriel Dumont Institute has been doing a good job, as has Louis Riel Institute, in capturing on video and through audio, the language, also producing videos and printed materials to help promote the language. And I notice Member of Parliament Georgina Joalibois from the riding that I live within in Northwest Saskatchewan present, and she'll know that the Métis village of Île-à-la-Crosse has been very active in ensuring that the language is kept alive. This year they're celebrating their 20th anniversary of language in the school, and so it's a big year for them. In terms of this piece of legislation, this act, I believe it is something that will be of significant benefit to Indigenous peoples and nations, and in particular to the Métis Nation. We know that it will assist us or enable us to be further engaged with promoting our language, preserving our language, and having a space within Canada in the larger picture. But language is so important. Our cultures are so important. And this is where, again, I come back to what I've said before. The Métis Nation is not a people of mixed ancestry, perhaps initially, but we evolved as a distinct people, as a distinct nation, with our culture, our language, and our political consciousness. So we are a polity. We are a cultural group. We're not simply people of mixed ancestry, which a notion we totally reject. And of course, we know that there are others in this country now stepping forward, claiming the label Métis, and we just want to ensure that this doesn't confound matters as we move forward. And just in closing, I just again want to remind the committee that the Métis Nation will be celebrating, and I use the term celebrating because over the past 3 years we've had such tremendous progress with this current government that we can celebrate, not just mark the 150th anniversary of the Métis Nation joining Canada through the Manitoba Act as the 5th province of Canada, but we can actually celebrate because we have cause to celebrate, and we look forward to celebrating the 150th anniversary of the Canada-Métis Nation relationship next year. So with that, I'm prepared to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and it was good to have you with us again. We will be going to Mr. Long for 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to my colleagues. Thank you for your presentation. Can't believe I'm saying good evening, but it is good evening. I'm fascinated by this. I'm still, feel somewhat of a rookie on heritage, but the study of Indigenous languages absolutely captivates me, and I've tried to do some background reading, and you learn that there's more than 90 Indigenous languages apparently across this country. And I saw a quote from an Armand MacArthur from Pleasant Group First Nation, and he speaks Nakota. And he talked about his pride and passion and how he feels it's his responsibility, or has been his responsibility, to teach others, to preserve his language. And, I am thrilled that C91 recognizes, the constitutional rights of Indigenous people, including Indigenous languages. So I think my first question to you is, can you just touch on how important C91 is to you and what it will do to strengthen the culture, strengthen the passion and the history of Indigenous groups and their languages right across the country? If you could just start with that for me. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Well, it is very important. The language is such a critical part of who you are as a people. And in this case, again, the Métis Nation and the language Michif is such an important language to us, as are other Indigenous languages, as I mentioned earlier, that some of our people speak. Our culture is a rich culture. However, we, like other Indigenous peoples, have suffered many years of oppression, of repression of our rights. In the case of the Métis Nation, of exclusion from the comprehensive claims processes, exclusion from the specific claims processes, exclusion from, for example, the First Nations and Inuit Health Branch. There's no Métis there. Exclusion from a lot of federal programs and services that were provided to other Indigenous peoples. Excluded from the apology of, excluded first of all from the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, excluded from the Prime Minister's apology, excluded from the mandate of the TRC, excluded, I say, because of that, from the recommendations, although we do benefit from the recommendations, this being one example of that. But all of these years of exclusion, marginalization, repression, and still today persecuted or prosecuted for exercising our harvesting rights, our hunting and fishing rights. So when you have a government or a parliament that's prepared to recognize at least part of who you are, and in this case, an important part, language, that's so very important to us. And, if we can't enjoy our own languages, can't enjoy our own cultures, sort of in the end, while rights are important, they become meaningless if you cease to be, who you are as a people. And this is going to very much fortify the respective cultures and languages of Indigenous peoples and nations.
Thank you very much for that. I also want to get your opinion on the funding. We did have Minister Rodriguez in here earlier, and I asked him about, the government's commitment to long-term funding over years to preserve Indigenous languages. Can you give me your thoughts and insight as to how you would like to see that funding spent, how you'd like to see it allocated, potentially, province to province or Indigenous group to Indigenous group? Can you give me any insight? Have you given any thought? I mean, certainly there are those, and, my background certainly is business, and I still like to call myself a bit of a fiscal conservative. And, there's always going to be that adage, can we afford to do this? I say we can't afford not to do it. So I just want to get your insight as to how you would like to see the funding roll out.
That's a question that I've been pondering for a while. I mean, the easy answer is just put in several billions of dollars and, we'll work it out. But I know that's not, going to happen. And I know that there are many languages. Some are endangered, some are extinct, some are trying to be revitalized. And it's going to take a lot of work. And there's no easy answer to that. Our past experience has been with the previous fund, which wasn't adequate. The Métis Nation, we had a difficult time in accessing it for various reasons, because we've been marginalized for so long in the federal system that, when it comes to the Métis or the Métis Nation, we have much more difficult times to do that. About 2 years ago, I did write a letter to the then Minister of Heritage, basically without really putting a lot of, dollars and cents to what I was doing, basically suggesting that, a Louis Riel Institute or Michif Institute be established with an endowment fund with perhaps $80 million into an endowment fund where we would work from that in terms of doing the things that needed to be done. And I don't know if that was enough money, but we need to start somewhere. And I believe this bill is going to set the foundation for us moving forward. The amount of monies that we'll eventually be able to get is something that needs to still be discussed, but it has to be substantial. How much, I don't know, but we all feel our languages are important, and they are important to us, but how do you weigh that? What's the balance? We just need to work it out. And I think what we have right now, this co-development, this partnership, if I can use that term, will enable us to move forward on the issues of financing. But I wouldn't want to see the issue of financing hold up the bill, because we do need a foundation. We do need the recognition that this bill gives us, but we do need to find ways, of course, to move forward, in the long run.
Right. And listen, thank you for that. And like I say, we can't afford not to do this, and I'm very, very much supportive, and I thank you for your time tonight.
To Mr. Blaney pour 7 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Good evening, Mr. Chartier, and thanks for being with us in Ottawa tonight through the camera. I was just outside before as you made your opening remarks, and my question for you is: can you tell me a little bit more about the Métis language? I believe you call it Michif. Can you tell me a little bit more about the language, its origin? And maybe how many, is it still spoken by how many, and where can we learn it? I saw on the website of Heritage there are some basic words, so I'd like to hear you tell us a little bit about this from first, just to get me started, if I can put it that way, introduced to the Michif.
Yes, thank you for that question. Of course, initially the genesis of the Métis Nation was through the fur trade with basically the voyageurs from primarily Montreal, Quebec, that area, coming there. As we know, historically, the mixed ancestry people evolved as the Acadians. Further inland, they evolved as the Quebecois, and it's only in the far reaches of the Western Canada where the Métis evolved as a distinct Indigenous peoples. And through time, we developed the language known as Michif. Basically, for simplicity, the nouns are French, and the rest of it is primarily Cree. And so it's a new language, again, developed within the Métis Nation, the Métis people ourselves. And the Gabriel Zumot Institute, the Louis Riel Institute, have been doing a lot of videotaping and putting out materials to capture that. In the Turtle Mountain Indian Reservation in North Dakota, they were the actual first ones to put out the Michif Dictionary back in the late 70s, I believe it was. And a lot of the people on that Indian reservation still speak Michif and still play the music and the dance, but they're not recognized as Métis in the United States. You're either an Indian or you're not. But our nation still extends there. So basically, I would say there are somewhere in the neighborhood of about 1,000 speakers left, but again, they're all getting older, like 65 and older. There are initiatives, like I mentioned, the Ile La Crosse High School. For the last 20 years, they've been teaching it in the schools, and it's starting to come back. But we need certainly assistance to enable us to put it forward. We need to find ways and means to do that.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and of course we support the bill and the spirit of the bill, and like my colleague in front of me, we are fiscally conservative about it. But I'd like to hear now and we've been in the past, but in the future, how do you see the promotion, the preservation of the Michif, and how can this bill help
And in which ways do you see, because today we had some presentation from the minister and the department, and it was unclear on how it will unfold. They say they are talking to their partners regarding the way to make it more concrete. So what is your vision of how it can take form, and I would say how much is needed, like for the Métis Nation?
Well, essentially, the Michif language is concentrated in the prairie provinces, and we have, of course, our governmental infrastructures. We have our cultural institutes, our educational institutes. We also have, and I'm from Northwest Saskatchewan, we have many of our schools are in our Métis villages, and they're trying to deal with the language issue. I think, given the fiscal capacity that our institutions, our educational institutions, would be able to begin enhancing, what they're doing now. And what I would like to see for the youth is having camps, having language nests, and actually having exchanges with Quebecois youth, because we share some common history, and I think it's important that we continue having that relationship. Again, French, although the pronunciation is a bit different, still has some roots in with the Quebecois. So I think there's just ways that we need to get our people, and we need our dance, our songs, captured and revitalized. And I know our music has taken off with the youth tremendously. We need to somehow replicate that with respect to language. So we just need to find out, how do we do that? How do we interest our youth once again to get involved in that?
Okay, and maybe one last question, if I may, Madam Chair. Yeah, is on a more, I would say, you've mentioned that it is important to feel recognized as a nation by the government, which is the representative of the Crown. So can you tell me about the importance of that bill in terms of recognition of the Métis Nation and its culture? You've alluded to it, but maybe you'd like to add something more in terms of what it means to have the Parliament of Canada adopting this bill for the Métis.
Well, it's very important. Recognition is very important. We've been put down for so long, marginalized for so long. One of the big steps forward was during the Charlottetown round in 91, 92. The Right Honourable Brian Mulrooney did come to Winnipeg during that process, and he recognized the Métis Nation, which was good. And through that process, also with the Right Honourable Joe Clark, we were able to have a side deal to the Charlottetown Accord. It was the Métis Nation Accord. So that recognition was there. And also Mr. Clark had introduced in Parliament a resolution recognizing Louis Riel as a founder of Manitoba and the contribution Riel made to Canada, which was good. The Right Honourable Paul Martin picked that up during the Kelowna round. So for us, those kinds of recognition are good. And this last 3 years, particularly with the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau and the nation-to-nation, government-to-government relationship, that has really buoyed our people. And we're looking to have that kind of recognition moving forward. So very important to us. It's good for our psyche. It's good for our future. It's good for our children to hear that. And we have very, very proud cultural activities in our communities through music, dance, and also through our symbols, the flag and the sash, for example.
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you. We will now be going to Ms. Jolibois, please, for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chartier. Do you personally speak any languages?
Yeah, I speak English.
Besides English?
Well, I can speak Michif, I can speak Cree, not fluently, which is very unfortunate because I'm one of those victims of the residential school, which has not been recognized. I was in residential schools for, well, basically 11 and a half years of my 12 years in school, and then another 4 years getting my university at another boarding school type system until I was 21, and then basically, not proficient in the language.
So you mentioned the Saskatchewan and the Northwest Saskatchewan. There is the Michif. Isle Cross is a Cree community, and La Loche is the Dene community. And then when you go
No.
into
No, I would disagree with that.
no, let me finish before I ask you a question, because I'm thinking Batoche they have different linguistic groups who identify themselves as Métis. I want to know how you envision that if they were to apply for funding for specific for language retention, how do you foresee that?
Yes, thank you. Well, of course, Georgina, you know very well, La Loche is a Métis community, as is Île-à-la-Crosse. It's just that
Yes.
La Loche happens to be Dene speaking.
And that's why I say Dene community.
No, it's not Dene community, it's a Dene speaking Métis community.
Yes.
Yeah, Dene speaking Métis community. And
No,
you were once one of us.
That's
And
right, but
Île-à-la-Crosse.
it's a
If you go to
Dene
Île-à-la-Crosse and tell them you're a Cree community, they'll say, no, we're a Métis community, but we do speak Cree. And they used to speak Michif when I was younger. They spoke Michif in Île-à-la-Crosse, Buffalo North. Even in La Loche, they spoke Michif at that time, before your time. And so, yes, how I see it happening is there will be a Michif language fund, and Île-à-la-Crosse certainly will take advantage of that because they do teach Michif in the schools, but you call it Cree, that's fine. You can take it up with them, and they're your constituents. And for Cree and Dene speakers and Saulteaux speakers within the Métis Nation, I would see them applying to those funds as well. So basically, there is room for everyone. There's no point in denying, your Métis ancestry because you speak, a Cree language or, a Dene language.
It's really important because we have to clarify, because elders would say otherwise, and it's so important to validate the elders what they say, because I have heard people elders from Pine House to Île-à-la-Crosse who did say a Cree, and then they used a Michif. So how do you foresee educational institutions like Gabriel Dumont Technical Institute deliver or having access to funding to them?
Well, I would say that my preference would be that the federal government enters into dialogue with the government of the Métis Nation, and that we have an allocation for the Michif language or languages, and that we would ensure then that our governments, in the case of Saskatchewan, the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, have the monies to allocate to their institutions. So Gabriel Dumont Institute, which is the forefront of the language in our province, and you know GDI very well. Anyway, they would have, I think, the lead in this language initiative. But places like Île-à-la-Crosse, who are celebrating their 20th anniversary of Michif language, but you could go tell them, no, you're wrong. It's not 20 years of Michif. It's something else. That's up to you. But they're celebrating their 20th anniversary this year. And so, we see the mechanism being that those on the ground would be instrumental in moving forward. And in fact, it must be through primarily or initially through Métis governments. And we deal with our institutions in the same way that the federal government would deal with, their or your institutions.
So the Métis government being the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, the area directors and the local presidency office, and then the settlements, is that when you say Métis government, is that
Yes.
who you're thinking of?
Yes, primarily, yes.
2 minutes. Okay. I have seen some documentation where, when we were talking about the Métis population, anyone east of, is it Ontario, right? Anyone east of Ontario, the identity of a Métis is still an issue, or not identified within the Métis Nation, the Métis National Council, or nationally. How do we solve that issue, especially if they identify themselves as Métis and want to apply to teach a language?
Yes, well, no, all we say, and all we can say is who we are, the historic Métis Nation of which you're a descendant, is based in Western Canada. We extend into northwestern Ontario, Northeast BC, into the Northwest Territories, Northern United States. That's our geographic homeland. We are a distinct people. We're not anything else. Now, there are people in other parts of Canada that are saying they're Métis using the dictionary definition of mixed ancestry. Now, what they would apply for, I don't know. Perhaps they want to learn Haudenosaunee or Mi'kmaq. I don't know what they'd want to learn, but they certainly would be applying there. They wouldn't be applying to a Michif fund because Michif is the language of the historic Métis Nation.
Just looking for clarification on that, because as my colleagues here would require some clarification on that, I would think, especially when we're talking to some of our colleagues, our MP friends from the out east, and they would require clarification. So we would look to you to provide that for us and with us. Yeah.
End of your time, but we'll be going to Mr. Hogue for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chartier. You've been a little more articulate and filled out a little more the issue of the impact that language will have on the overall community well-being than a number of the other witnesses that we've heard. Could you articulate that a little more broadly in terms of how the legislation talks mostly about language and language being the foundation, but as you've described it, I think you're referring to the whole well-being of a community, and you've talked about dance and song and youth and children, future symbols, all of those things. Can you kind of wrap that up in terms of how you would see that, the language impacting or providing a foundation for a number of other senses of well-being within the Métis Nation?
Well, basically, it's a holistic approach that's needed. Now, this is just one of the pieces. With this current government, we've been engaged in the permanent bilateral mechanism, which basically deals primarily with programs and services. And in this last year's budget, we had somewhere around, 1.5 billion in terms of early learning and childcare, housing. In this upcoming budget, we're looking at, allocations for health, for education. So that's one piece of it. We also have Section 35 rights reconciliation tables that Minister Bennett is engaged in with our 5 governing members. So we're hoping that leads to dealing with Section 35 rights. And we also have, of course, the co-development of legislation, this one being one of them. We also have the Child and Family Services potential legislation in the works that was co-developed as well. Unfortunately, and very sad that, and I'm not sure, that the framework legislation on recognition and implementation of rights framework is not proceeding, or perhaps it is, but I haven't heard much about it. For the Métis Nation, we require something like that because we've been excluded from the comprehensive claims process. We've been excluded from all these processes, and we need to have a process that engages the Métis Nation. So we would have hoped that that would be in place. Now, in terms of this particular bill, the whereas clauses are actually quite favorable to the Métis Nation. It recognizes that languages are one of the rights protected by Section 35 of the Constitution. It makes it clear that the Indigenous peoples that have these rights are those that are contained or mentioned in Section 35(2), which of course includes the Métis Nation. So it's incremental. It also recognizes that it's based on the principles contained in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the principles that the federal government brought out last year, the 10 principles. So we're moving, in a way forward in a sort of a holistic basis. And again, this is only one piece, but it's such a critical piece. Language is so important, and you've heard that over and over again from everyone that comes forward. So if we can get this building block accomplished at this time, and we can get other building blocks, being brought forward as well, eventually we will get to a place where we can truly say that, within Canada, we have a country where everyone is accommodated and everyone is helping to build this this nation or this people or these peoples and move forward. I think I've been engaged in international Indigenous politics for many years, since the 70s. And I've seen the conditions in other countries, particularly in South and Central America and other parts of the world. And when I travel, I'm proud of Canada. There's a lot of things I don't like about Canada. There's a lot of things that Canada has done, to particularly the Métis Nation. But when you look at it from the perspective of the reality of the world, Canada is a leader.
May I interrupt you?
The more that Canada can do, the better.
Sorry, I've got two more quick questions I'd like to go. One, I think I heard you say that this bill will set a foundation for going forward. You didn't want to see budgeting holding up the bill. You wanted to see some sense of urgency. You made reference to UNDRIP, which I think has done the same thing. You're turning me off? Oh, no, you're not. So did I hear you correctly in terms of your sense of urgency with respect to this? And maybe I'll give you my second question while I'm at it, if I can pick up on Madame Jolibois' comments. I see that some of the participants in the consultations indicated a need for each distinct language group to be represented, one commissioner for First Nation languages, one for Inuit, and one for Métis languages, while others stated that this was not adequate and preferred a model that had regional Indigenous language commissioners, which I think you started to articulate a little bit. Do you have a preference between those two and the issue of sense of urgency on the foundation going forward?
Well, the sense of urgency is from the perspective that here's a piece of legislation that's positive. It's urgent only in the sense that it's needed to protect our existence as distinct peoples. That's the only urgency that I see. Now, in terms of the mechanics of it, well, that's something that can be worked out into the future. We had these long debates. At this particular time, I wouldn't want to see the bill held up because of how the commission should be made up or who should be on it. As far as we're concerned, one commissioner is fine with 3 members. Now, how those 3 members are picked, who they're going to be, I don't know. I would hope that it's reflective of Section 35(2) and reflects First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation. But that's something we'll deal with when we get to it. But again, I wouldn't want to see this held up, because of the mechanics of that, because that can always be changed.
Thank you.
Very much. We will now be going to Mr. Urdiga for 5 minutes.
Well, I was hoping for the 7 minutes, but I'll take 5. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to welcome our guests. Very interesting conversation we're having. And I thought I had a good grasp on who is Inuit, First Nation, or Métis. But now I'm more confused now about the Métis, because during the conversations, not all Métis are Métis unless they're registered through some registry. So can you clarify that? For example, I know a brother and sister. One has membership in the Métis organization, and the other does not. So does that make one Métis and the other not? Because we need to clarify that, because it's a real struggle for most people. People who identify as Métis may not be classified Métis in your eyes.
Well, let me put it this way. The government of the Métis Nation has adopted criteria as to who is eligible to be registered as a citizen of the Métis Nation, not who is of mixed ancestry. I mean, we have no control over that. I mean, pretty well all Indigenous peoples in this country are of mixed ancestry, but they're not Métis. So in terms of us, we do have registries. Yes, the Métis Nation of Alberta has a registry, and of course you're from that province. And those that meet the criteria are registered as citizens. They have that right. Now, if they're not, if they don't meet that criteria, then they're not registered because they're not part or a citizen of the historic Métis Nation. There may be people that have moved from, in the case of Fort McMurray, from Newfoundland, for example, or somewhere else in the east. They would not qualify. Now, you say a brother and sister. I don't know the exact circumstance of that, but that seems strange to me. Either the one should not have been registered, or they both should have been registered. So basically, when we talk about the Métis Nation, we're talking about a distinct people based in Western Canada, although some now live in other parts of Canada, and they're entitled to be registered as citizens of the Métis Nation. Even if you're in Australia, you're entitled to be registered. You know, it doesn't matter where you live in the world, as long as you're a descendant of the historic Métis Nation, as long as you're entitled to be a citizen. So we're going on the basis of nationhood as a social, political group, and as a historic people.
Just to clarify, I'm looking at this and saying it's more registry over genealogy, or genealogy has nothing to do with it. It's all registry.
Well, in order to be registered as a citizen, you do have to have a genealogy that provides evidence that you're a descendant of the historic Métis people, Métis Nation. So you do have to have genealogical evidence, or evidence that you are a descendant of the historic Métis Nation. In my case, the script documents are a help, because my grandparents and my mother, who was 4 years old or 2 years old in 1906, received half-breed script, or Métis script. So you can use those documents to prove that, you know, these people were part of the historic Métis Nation. But there are other ways and means as well, through census and so on, because in the late 1800s, people were registered. Métis and First Nations were under the category R, I guess for red. And so there are ways to prove it. And that's what we demand, that there be proof, though. People just can't come up and say, you know, I'm Métis, you know, without having proof that they are.
What I'm trying to get a point across, a lot of people do not choose to register. They're still Métis. Their parents are Métis. So what do they call themselves? If they don't want to register, because we understand it, Métis Nation is a society. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a society, and then people register to the society. So what do we call the people that aren't registered? Are they Métis? Are they some other identity? So I think we should put more emphasis on genealogy than registry, from my perspective anyway. If they self-identify, they have Métis lineage, mother and father are Métis, they're registered, but the children decided not to go that route. So we kind of make sure that we just don't alienate a person who identifies Métis and who are Métis through bloodline, and now we're saying, well, you're no longer Métis, you're not registered. So we got to be very careful on drawing lines in the sand and not acknowledging people who are Métis but choose not to register.
Yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure where you're getting that from. We've never said that. You know, if you're Métis, you're born Métis. You're always Métis. What we're doing is we're registering our people. We have registries. So if you want to register as a citizen of the Métis Nation, you're free to do that. If you don't, well, you're still Métis. You still have the language, if you have it. You still have the culture. You can still participate. It's just that you're not registered as a citizen of the Métis Nation. And about the only thing that won't give you is the right to vote in elections. But other than that, you're still Métis.
Okay.
So I don't know where the confusion's coming.
Okay, that brings us to the end of Mr. Yordiga's 5 minutes. Alors maintenant, nous allons avec Monsieur.
Mr. Breton, 5 minutes, please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. It's very much appreciated. A couple of questions, if I may, which have to do with initiatives on Indigenous languages, among other things. I'm not sure whether you've had an opportunity to read the entire bill, but Clause 11 of the bill provides that federal institutions can call for translation interpretation services, and I imagine that you have the bill before you there. Could you please tell us, in your opinion, what documents the department should prioritize when it comes to translation, or what department, rather, should be the top priority in terms of translation and interpretation?
Well, thank you. That particular provision is of less significance to the Métis Nation because we don't have the mass that speaks the language. And so I would see that provision being more for example, the Inuit who currently have translation services in many instances. The only place where I would see need for interpretation services is in the court system, and basically provision is made for that already when some of our elders need to be witnesses in court cases. So other than that, that really does not apply fully to the historic Métis Nation.
Très bien, alors je comprends, ça ne s'applique pas nécessairement à vous.
I understand that doesn't necessarily apply to you. Now, as part of the initiative on Indigenous languages, the department obviously runs the program on Indigenous languages, which supports projects and activities in communities to promote Indigenous languages. Does your organisation, which you benefit, which you represent, already take advantage of those initiatives? And if you do, are there any improvements that you would suggest be made to it?
Thank you. Yeah, our governments do, and their institutions try to take advantage of the program that's there, but it's such a small amount. My understanding is we were lucky to get a few $1,000s over the past number of years until just recently, and this is why there is such a need for this languages legislation, such a need for Canada to give the importance and the weight that is not only desired but deserved in terms of preserving the languages and in terms of how much is necessary to revitalize these languages. This is where our experts are going to need to be able to make that assessment. But I know it's going to take a substantial amount of money, at least at the outset, if we're going to capture revitalization of all the Indigenous languages that are currently under threat of extinction.
Pardon? Une minute et demie, alors.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll ask a final question, if I may. Could you please describe what, in your opinion, which Aboriginal and Indigenous bodies should be consulted in the appointment process under clauses 13 and 14 on commissioners and administrators that would be appointed by the Governor and Council and the Minister? Could you please give us your thoughts on that issue?
Yes, well, my position, the position of the Métis Nation is that, there are three national representatives of Indigenous peoples and nations, and these are the three that the Prime Minister invites to First Ministers' conferences. We believe that we should be dealt with on a government-to-government basis on these intergovernmental relationships, and that at the end of the day, we have the responsibility, the Métis Nation government has the responsibility to consult our people, to come up with solutions that will benefit our people. So I would believe that the way to do it is to work through the respective governments or representatives of Indigenous peoples and nations. We have the mechanisms, and those mechanisms should be used, and we should no longer not recognize Section 35 and the inherent right of self-government.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you very much.
Yields, please, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to have you here at a committee again. Appreciate your knowledge and your passion for it. One of the things that you have talked about is the consultation that did occur prior to the legislation being drafted. The consultation that comes after, you've alluded to a little bit. My part in the sense of what you might think of the process afterwards, in particular the financial. How do you see the system working in the sense of if you went 3 years from now, how do you think that system would look in the sense of financially working? What would be the process? How would it get to where it needs to be? Could you describe what you would think might happen in 3 years from now as far as the financial?
Well, of course, a lot of depends on the outcome of the election this year, and who are the people in controlling the commons. But I think we have a process currently in place, the permanent bilateral mechanism, which I would hope would become permanent regardless of which party is in power. We have agenda items that we deal with. Now, this process has brought us to the stage where the Métis Nation, through its governments, has been able to access monies for programs and services in the budget. And we're looking at this year's budget for education, for health, and a few other things. There's no reason why that same process cannot be used in terms of languages. So for the Métis Nation, it's much easier because we're one people, one nation. We have one government, national government, and 5 provincial governments. We have the infrastructure. Everything is in place that needs to be in place. So I would hope in 3 years that there is a substantial amount allocated to the Métis Nation in terms of language preservation.
Is that money then, you know, the need for it? You describe yourself, and I understand, as one body. How would you would identify the need, or would somebody else bring that need to you? Would the money flow to you and then to, or would it flow directly to those who established the need specifically?
Well, the need is by our people, by our nation, and we have a system. We've been meeting on this for at least 25 years, and we used to have some pretty good conferences. That was cut back during the previous administration to practically nothing, and we're rebuilding once again. So what we see is our governments, and these are governments, getting the resources. And we would then, within our governance infrastructures, our systems, in Saskatchewan, as I say, we have the Gabriel Dumont Institute, which is a champion of the language. You have different initiatives like the Île-à-la-Crosse School Board, but they work together. So they know where the need is. They know how to get things done. So we wouldn't want to have 100, places all acting independently. We need to have a national approach, which is carried out, on the ground. Same way as Canada does when you have national programs, or when provinces have, provincial programs. We have the infrastructure, so we just need to implement that, and we know best, where these services are required.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Speaker.
You still have 2 minutes.
Oh, that's good.
It's good? All right, so that will actually bring us to an end because we're going to need to have a bit of time to suspend to set up for the next group. But I would really like to thank you for appearing before us once again and helping us out with this legislation. Merci à tout le monde. We're going to suspend for a few minutes because it's going to take us a little while to get to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
going to start again. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And we have with us today the First Peoples Cultural Council, Tracy Herbert, Chief Executive Officer, and Suzanne Gassner, Language Manager. And we also have with us Marcia Ireland and Max Ireland. I'm just going to try this and say welcome. I think that's welcome. So thank you. Now, if we can begin with the First Peoples Cultural Council, and then we will go to you. Thank you.
We acknowledge the traditional territory of the Algonquin people, and we thank you for the invitation to discuss this important bill. White, I am Tracy Herbert from Sluktaus First Nation of the Shute-Wampum Nation in BC. I have the privilege of being the CEO for First Peoples, and I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Suzanne Gassner, to offer recommendations to the Standing Committee for consideration. Let me start by saying, for many years, Indigenous peoples have had a strong desire for legislation to protect our languages. And I'm so happy to be here today with you to discuss how we can work together to strengthen Bill C-91 so the Act can support the work that we need to do as Canadians to revitalize the languages that come from this land that we now call Canada. The First Peoples Cultural Council is a First Nations-led provincial crown corporation with a mandate to support the revitalization of First Nations languages, arts, culture, and heritage in British Columbia. The organization provides funding, resources, and training to communities. We monitor the status of First Nations languages, and we also provide technical advice and policy recommendations for First Nations leadership and government. The introduction of Bill C-91 is a concrete step towards reconciliation by the Government of Canada. We're very pleased to see this bill, and we support legislation for languages. I'm going to speak to a few key amendments that could strengthen the Act to make it more responsive to the needs of Indigenous communities and languages. A full list of amendments has been submitted to the committee in writing. I want to start with the preamble, which states, whereas the Government of Canada recognizes all relations with Indigenous peoples must be based on the recognition and implementation of their right to self-determination, including the inherent right of self-government. In contradiction to this recognition, the Act specifies that powers, duties, and functions resulting from the Act will be carried out by the Minister or the Commissioner. We therefore recommend the establishment of a national Indigenous language organization governed by Indigenous experts at arm's length of the Department of the Canadian Heritage and the Office of the Commissioner. This organization can support this work and would develop a national strategy for Indigenous languages. And I'll underscore three main reasons for its creation. An organization is needed to provide broad, comprehensive management of the bill's implementation. A national organization can protect funding and programs into the future if government changes. For example, based on the model of the tri-agency CBC or Canada Council for the Arts. And I see the development of an organization as a strategy for ensuring the ongoing investment in Indigenous languages. As well, it will keep the implementation of Bill C-91 at arm's length from government, political organizations, or the Commissioner and empower language experts and technicians to lead the work. First Peoples supports the creation of a Commissioner to raise the profile and the value of Canada's Indigenous languages, sort of modeled after the Official Languages Commissioner, with primary roles of ombudsperson, auditing, and reporting. While these roles are already specified within the Act, it seems that the Commissioner is also meant to play a role in supporting efforts to reclaim, revitalize, maintain, and strengthen languages. In order to effectively monitor the work, the Commissioner needs to be independent from those supporting and carrying out the work. The commitment to provide adequate, sustainable, long-term funding for the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of Indigenous languages, Article 7, is crucial. However, this article currently describes a non-specific consultation process be undertaken by the minister in order to meet the objective of funding. This denies Indigenous self-determination, and the process as described will prevent effective and efficient distribution of funding. As we see it, the biggest challenge with Bill C-91, as it's currently written, concerns the provision of funding. Bill C-91 only creates an obligation for the Canadian Minister, the Minister of Canadian Heritage, to consult on the subject of funding, and does not create any obligation for any amount of funding to be provided. We want to see long-term financial support for our languages. Our elders, knowledge keepers, speakers, language teachers, learners, and those with expertise and commitment must have access to resources. Ultimately, the Act must guarantee investments that respond to the needs of Indigenous communities and be protected from shifting government interests. We recommend the Minister must fund a national Indigenous language strategy in order to meet the objective of providing adequate, sustainable, long-term funding for the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of each Indigenous language in Canada. The proposed national organization could work in collaboration with the Minister to develop the strategy and funding framework. First Peoples also wants to shed light on some admissions. First, Indigenous languages in Canada include sign languages, which have been marginalized and even more than spoken languages, and they must be given explicit recognition. Second, more than 50% of Indigenous people in Canada live away from home communities, and Indigenous peoples have the right to their language no matter where they reside. This point needs to come across strongly in the Act. Urban-based programming must be included in a national strategy. Third, the ownership of intellectual property rights of each language must be protected. For example, Section 24 of the Act discusses research activities that may be undertaken by Statistics Canada or Library and Archives Canada. We do not support this section of the Act. No non-Indigenous entity should hold or curate Indigenous knowledge. We recommend that the principles of ownership, control, access, and possession with respect to Indigenous languages be clearly outlined in the Act. Finally, what are the Indigenous languages being given recognition? A schedule should be added that lists the languages to which the Act applies. And regulations could set out the criteria and processes for adding languages to the schedule. We support legislation to recognize and revitalize languages. We respectfully ask that you consider our recommendations to strengthen Bill C-91. We have outlined several key points for consideration for amendments. Our two main arguments are the implementation of Bill C-91 must be led and directed by Indigenous people, and we suggest that that could be done through the creation of a national organization. The wording of the bill must obligate adequate, sustainable, long-term funding. It is not enough to consult about funding. We need a commitment to funding to make this work happen. In our experience working in partnership with community, we know that language revitalization is entirely possible when supported with sustainable long-term funding. Cook Cook for listening. First Peoples has a webpage with multiple resources on legislation. We also have research providing detailed costing estimates. I know there was some discussion about how much is this going to cost, and we're very happy to assist the Standing Committee and the Minister in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we can now go to Marcia Ireland, please.
I'm going to stand for my presentation. Sugoli. I am Da Yahan Da Yagwa. I am Haudenosaunee. I am Oneida Nation. And I am Turtle Clan. I have been working with the Oneida Language and Cultural Center in revitalizing Oneida Sign Language. So to share with you, through colonization, the interpreter, my language, my culture, and my identity has been lost. And that strength of our language, our culture, and identity has been strengthened through the revitalization of Oneida Sign Language. We live here in Turtle Island, and we need to consider all of the languages of Turtle Island, including sign languages. And through decolonization, I'm able to reclaim my identity, reclaim my people, and reclaim my cultural ties as an Oneida person. When we work within the two-row, there's respect given for each other. And we don't cross each other's paths, but respect that each other brings different things to the table, and also that we move along through this journey side by side. I would like to share with you some of the differences between American Sign Language, which is used with the majority deaf people in Canada, in comparison to Oneida Sign Language. The first one I would like to give you is a celebration or a ceremony. In ASL, it is like this, but in OSL, it is identified by showing a fire, the people around the fire, and calling to Creator, which really is what identifies with our culture. I've jumped ahead a little bit in my speech, but I'd like to come back to, I would like to share with you our Thanksgiving address. And in our Thanksgiving address, we give thanks for Mother Earth and for the strawberries and medicines, sacred tobacco, the water, trees, animals, the birds, and Grandmother Moon, the sun, the stars, the thunders, the four beings. We give thanks to Creator. And we need to encourage all those within Turtle Island to develop their Indigenous sign languages and work together. And again, we come back to that two-row wampum where we work together side by side, but our paths do not cross. And thank you for inviting me here today to share with you my experiences. Yako.
Good evening. Marcia's father was a chief in a longhouse. So when she was a young girl, she would attend a lot of ceremonies when she was available, because she went to the Milton School for the Deaf in Milton, Ontario. But that's another sad story. So upon growing up in that society, as she showed you the celebrations that would carry on, and much to her chagrin and her non-understanding, because there was no person there excuse me, to explain to her what was going on, because it was spoken in Oneida language. And so even if we, much like Debbie today, we have an interpreter here, but when Oneida language was spoken, her hands would just drop and then wait until English was spoken again. So that part of being that close yet so far removed from our language, our culture, our traditions, our songs, our dances, has impacted Marcia great deal. And we have 5 children that are deaf, 3 girls, 2 boys, and we have 9 grandchildren that are deaf. 7 of whom that are deaf, and 2 are here, can hear. But when she was a child growing up, there was many instances where she was alone. She was the only Native girl at Milton, so you could imagine the treatment she got there. She was never good enough, always looked down upon. But look where she is today. I asked her the other day, I said, when you were a small girl, did you ever envision coming and showing Oneida language to a standing committee on Parliament Hill? She said, no, never. But we are here today. So her commitment, her effort, her being an elder within the deaf community that's looked up upon, and her strength to keep going on this route, to walk this road that no one has ever walked before. We've traveled across Canada. Marcia is the Eastern Canadian representative of Indigenous women, deaf women, for Canada. That honor was granted to her 2 years ago in Edmonton, because they've seen the qualities that she has shown here tonight. Her commitment, her love for the language, for her people. And as much as when she said Saguli a while ago, Saguli is like that. So it's not evasive, it's not in your face, it's down and it's away. It's a sweeping hand gesture. A lot of our gestures are like that. We've taken from the natural world and incorporated it into what we do to be non-offensive, to be encouraging you to come, look, and learn. So we provided those opportunities for ourselves and our family, and our family has driven us. Because like I said, the numbers of our people are 14. But yet, in our community, it might add up to 20. There's a high population of deaf people in Oneida. So we've been encouraged by them, But now the hearing population of Oneida is coming through as well with their teachings of the language. They say, oh yeah, I can remember. Easier when I use sign. It helps me. So we can see a definite improvement in the revitalization and the fire, rekindling of our flames for our language. And what I was saying earlier was Saguli is like that, that's hello. And the next words when you meet someone is Skanagoga. And that means, are you well? That's the beauty of our language. The love of our language is that almost immediately you ask a person how they are truly. Not just, oh, how you doing? Walk away. No, how are you? Are you well? And then in return, it is asked of you. Are you well? So we've come to a point where our youth are picking that up again. And for a period of time, I got mad at my dad when I was younger. I said, how come you never spoke the language to us? My brother and I. We had to go with our grandparents to really get an understanding of our language. And I was really mad. And he said, I never wanted to teach you something another man could beat out of you. And after he said those words, I wasn't mad anymore. So that's the direct effect that colonialism has within our people, within our families, within our structure. Now we're regaining that back to the point whenever he talks of youth, not only our youth, but other youth as well. They have no respect. Well, in learning that language and learning to put those words together, that teaches you respect right there. You carry that out. The elders respect you. They encourage you to learn more because that's what the way that they were brought up. Their first language was Oneida. That's why it's so important that we can carry this on. And Marcia can share that with her grandchildren. That I say that because she was such a lonely little girl, now together we've made our own little tribe where she's not alone anymore. And the strength, the compassion, the understanding, the caring that is in our language, we try to incorporate that into our signs. Animal, she showed animal. Animal will paw for his food. He'll paw at the ground. American Sign Language is bear. Ours is this. He'll leave his mark on a tree. You know he's there. So you better watch out. Unless you want to meet him. Insect. Bug. That's American Sign Language. Bugs, insects. Ours is like this. Because that'll draw your immediate attention to, oh, what? There's a spider on me. There's something crawling on me. It's probably an insect. So we've tried to take our natural world and combine it into our gestures, into what we can present to Guathniut, the smallest, to Guathniut, to the biggest of our people. And I hope with what the demonstration that we have put on here today will help you to understand that. You want go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are now going to begin our question and answer period, and it's going to begin with Mr. Hogue for 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to ask, are you well? Because by your actions and your words, you sound very well. is it? And we're honored to have you here.
Thank you.
And Marcia, your commitment and love for your language and your people come through clearly. You said your culture and identity was lost, and through the strength of language, that is coming back. Through decolonization, you're reclaiming your identity. And clearly that's what all of us hope for, being able to reclaim identity for those that have been lost. So thank you so much. Tracy, you made reference to implementation must be led by Aboriginals. Certainly that's something we've talked about through the course of our testimony. We've talked about the principle of policy making must ensure that those people that it's going to have the impact on have the majority of say, if not all of the say, with respect to it. We have the legislation lays out the appointment of a commissioner and people who will sit with them, who are appointed as directors, and that they will be given the authority to carry out the responsibilities. Can you define how that would be different from how you would see the organizational model going forward?
Yes, thank you. We really see a difference between the work that needs to go on to support revitalization to happen and the work of a commissioner. Again, you know, they're the ombudsman, they take the complaints. I don't think that they necessarily are the best option to support communities to deliver language revitalization programming across Canada. First Peoples is more than a grant maker. We also provide training and a lot of support and work in partnership with communities to gather language data. We publish the Status of Languages report every 4 years. We've trained 475 people on language revitalization this past year alone because of the $50 million funding that we received from the province of British Columbia. And, you know, we work with our advisory committees, our Indigenous PhDs and specialists to really develop plans and strategies that create outcomes that are going to result in language revitalization, like immersion through the Mentor Apprentice program and language nests. So it's complicated work, and it can't happen without support. You don't just solve the problem with funding. There also has to be collaboration and working together, as you know, my elder Marcia had just said, that we have to walk side by side and collaborate over tribal areas where we share a language. You know, individual First Nations need to work together, and we need to share our resources and support each other. And anyone, no matter where they live, that has a desire and a passion for their languages should be supported to learn those languages. And so really the national organization I see as a bit of a strategy to have the opportunity to invite Indigenous experts in revitalization to really guide the work to support people across Canada as they're revitalizing their languages, similar to First Peoples, and to have a limited role, like not take up a lot of money, because I think that's what we had discussed in our consultations. People weren't keen. I certainly wasn't keen at first, because I thought, well, you know, we have what we need in BC, we're taken care of. But there is a huge value of coming together across the nations and collaborating and sharing and supporting each other in this work. And I think that's only going to happen if we have a national entity.
I should have pointed out that I'm going to share my time with Randeep Sarai. Do I have time for one more question, or have I almost...
Only have 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
I'll accede to Randeep.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming. Indigenous language and language itself is a very dear subject to me. I very pride myself in learning the language, and it's probably because of multiculturalism when I was younger, and very similar to what Max said. People like my brothers, who were much older than myself, originally didn't want to learn the language, and myself as well. When you're younger, you want to integrate and you want to assimilate. Actually, not even integrate. You want to assimilate as fast as you can and shed any differences. But you later realize that those differences are actually awesome, and they're what makes Canada great. And one of the challenges I feel on this file is going to be in this bill is that the magnitude of languages and the small amounts of people that still remain that speak it. So therefore, to actually record it, to revitalize it, maintain it is going to be the biggest task. And I think what we're going to have to look at is a very innovative modern ways to actually preserve this. It's not going to be your conventional professor or teacher. You're going to have to digitize it. It's going to have to be in a very interesting way because there's a lot of dialects. The sign language is something I hadn't even thought about before. So I just want you to be aware of that. And I think your points on taking Indigenous, not just consultation, but spearheading this is very important. My question is actually as to data. Why have you a great concern that the data itself should not be in the hands of StatsCan and should be in the hands of Indigenous handlers themselves?
Thank you for that question. In terms of the diversity, I just want to address that first. In British Columbia, we have...
Quick heads up, you
Sorry.
really only have, you already are almost over time, so if you can maybe keep it just to the data and work any others on other answers.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a great experience with partnering with linguists and universities with regard to data. A lot of academics have worked with Indigenous communities and copywritten materials and then not made those materials available back to Indigenous peoples. It's a huge problem. We have dictionaries and we work and provide all the data and then have to buy the dictionary from a non-Indigenous linguist. The Library and Archives Canada got $20 million off the top of the new Aboriginal Language Initiative money that came out. And honestly, I really think that money should have gone directly to communities. If someone's going to curate and hold data, it should be Indigenous peoples. At First Peoples Cultural Council, we have the firstvoices.com program. That's a software that allows Indigenous communities to archive, collect their data, and they maintain all the control and ownership of that data. And then it can be manipulated because it's online and pulled into curriculums and apps and all kinds of really innovative things. So to say that our language is safe in other people's hands, I think is something that causes us great concern. And we can't lose the control over our languages. We've lost so much already in terms of lands and children. So
No, thank you. Maintenant, nous allons avec Monsieur Blaney pour cette...
Mr. Blaney, 7 minutes, please. Thank you very much. I'll be speaking in French. Now you have earpieces at your disposal for simultaneous interpretation. I'll start with Ms. Ireland. I liked your speech because it was the only point where everyone dropped their iPhones to listen closely to what you had to say. Can you hear the translation or the interpretation? So my Anglophone colleagues, can they hear me? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
didn't need an iPhone when Madame Ireland was speaking because we had to really pay attention, and that's certainly a big progress for all of us. Mes questions sont pour Madame Tracy. Madame Tracy, vous semblez vraiment être...
My questions are for Madame Tracy. you referred to the model that you'd like to apply Canada-wide. That is a body that would be charged with the promotion of Indigenous languages. Could you please speak a little about your experiences, your organisation, how you in fact support communities in various respects to achieve this goal of revitalisation? How does that work? And could you also speak to the finances of that? We're talking about principles today, but we want to be able to walk the talk and put these principles into action.
Merci. The model I was thinking would be similar to First Peoples, and we have really gone into the role of what that organization would look like in our full publication, which we have made available. But we do see the role of the commissioner separate from the role of the national organization, and that organization could be governed by a board and then also an advisory committee.
Your organization, where you started from, what you did,
Okay.
Because this is actually what I believe you're doing at a smaller level than what we would like to do. So
Right.
Can you tell me about your model?
Sure.
Okay.
So our model, we started in 1990. We're a provincial crown corporation. We have a board of directors of 13 directors, and then we have an advisory committee made up of a representative from every language in British Columbia. And our mandate is to revitalize language, arts, culture, and heritage. So it's a holistic approach to cultural revitalization. In early times, we supported cultural centers and found, though, that in order to support the languages, we needed to support more organizations, more types of organizations, and shifted to supporting and prioritizing language revitalization. For many years, we had a very limited budget. We were supporting 32 languages and 90 dialects with about $1 million a year. We acted as a nonprofit, raising money, bringing in resources from multiple sources, and some years could have up to 11 different funders. However, over time, we worked with communities to identify the types of strategies that work to revitalize languages, decided to focus in 2006 on immersion types of activities and focusing on creating speakers in the community. Through early childhood development and language nests, through mentor apprentice, and are now, in the last few years, really focusing on supporting communities to develop language plans. Language plans where they collaborate with other communities that share the same language and focus on investments that are in multiple domains. So one could say, oh, well, we have a school, we're teaching the children, we're revitalizing the language. But in fact, one needs to invest in multiple domains from baby all the way to elder in order to revitalize the languages. And so we're really trying to shift with this investment from the BC government, the $50 million investment. And we were able to share the story of how languages could be revitalized through a business plan that talked about the different areas that we would invest in. And again, all these ideas and programs come from this reciprocal relationship with community, because communities are the experts. And we'll try something and they'll say, oh, that doesn't quite work. We need to sort of make a shift.
Difference I see is you mentioned this holistic approach and the link between language and culture.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see that in what is proposed? And is it important? Because it seems like a language is always linked to a culture.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your thoughts on the fact that we need to link language and the culture? Do you take that into account in your approach?
In our approach in British Columbia?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, though, as a small organization, your priorities reflect the funding that you have.
Mm-hmm.
So I can say, yes, we try to take the holistic approach, but for example, we have the mandate of heritage and we currently don't have any funding for heritage.
Okay.
Right.
This 50 million, is it over a year or it's a multi
3 years. It's for 3 years, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My question, I will turn to Miss and Mr. Ireland. How do you see this policy, this law could support in particular your initiative of the Oneida Sign Language. How do you see it could materialize specifically?
When we recognize Indigenous sign languages, then we encourage encourage language and culture. But when we also look at accessibility, one of the issues that has been there, as Max, my husband, spoke to earlier, is that interpreters would come and not know the language and not be able, so we have access, but then we don't really have access. It's this facade of it. So if we start to roll it out, it's revitalizing sign languages within each tribe or each language within its own dialects. And it would be throughout the Turtle Island, and there's many people who are still suffering in that colonization state. And when we're looking at our future, I don't want our future children to have to go through the same things that I've had to go through. I don't want them to be confused. I don't want them to feel a lack of identity or a loss of culture. I want them to feel strength and identity in their culture and language. Thank you.
Was your comment earlier about language and culture? You have to have one to go with the other, in my opinion, because I'm from the Haudenosaunee, as was earlier mentioned, is that in order to get to open the doors to our longhouse, words have to be said first before we can even go in. So if those words aren't said, those doors aren't open.
And we are now going to Ms. Jolibois, please, for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to validate our friends, Mr. and Mrs. Ireland. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for reminding us that across Canada, the Indigenous languages from First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, so a big Canada that we live in, that we have to do some work with those languages across Canada to make sure that they have. You reminded me about the people even in my writing, from the Cree, the Michif, the Dene, to the other people. And it's really important. So I really appreciate you doing that. And from the BC perspective, thank you for providing that perspective. It's given me a sense of hope that what BC is doing and the work and the suggestions, the suggestion even around the legislation that we're talking about, to strengthen it, and the government, I'm pleased that the government's open to strengthening it and to looking at the funding, and that's a good direction. So thank you.
You want me to go on? Yes. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci beaucoup. Effectivement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank everyone for their testimony. Your presentations were fascinating. And Ms. Hébert, I'd like to ask you, if I understood correctly, there are no specific budget envelopes in the legislation, and that's problematic for you because you would have liked to have a sense of the scope of the measures to be taken under this legislation. Now, the fact of the matter is, and this is a question I'm asking myself, they're talking about 3 directors in a commissioner's office, but apart from that, we don't know what the specific oversight purview will be, especially without any specific amounts. So we're putting the cart before the horse here in this way of developing legislation. And would you like there to be more fulsome details about the kinds of initiatives that the communities would like to see back in their homes. Because right now, and I'm sorry to put it this way, but I get the sense that they're doing this in a rushed manner in preparation for the upcoming election.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good questions. And, we are working with the AFN on a structure for the budget. So I'm not too concerned about that. I think that piece is going to come together quite quickly. I think what I'm concerned about is the legislation not, saying that it's obliged to have that funding in it. And part of the idea of having the national organization is that the organization could come up with the plan for the distribution of the funding and also how to support communities to have successful projects. To take a community development approach with training, coming together, having a national conference, there's all kinds of fantastic things that organization could do that really need to happen. And I really want the legislation to go forward, and I would hope that we could make some amendments to strengthen it. And part of the idea is that it seems to me currently that all the decision making about who gets funded, how much money there is, all rests with the minister and the commissioner. And in British Columbia, that's really delegated to First Peoples Cultural Council.
Est-ce qu'on peut légitimement dire?
Can we say legitimately, as my colleague Mr. Blaney was asserting, that there's some kind of model as to the kinds of actions that this commissioner's office might take? Could we emulate your structures, for example? Because, your testimony seems to have been proposed some of the most concrete measures in relation to this bill. There are measures, there are things that need to be corrected, especially when it comes to the recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. What should we emulate from your commission organisation's model?
I think that the national organization and the office of the commissioner need to be separate, and I think what would be great to emulate from our model is bringing Indigenous experts and technicians together and giving them the opportunity to influence the type of programming that happens, and to talk, to be able to be the voice for the languages across Canada. I do feel also that, our political organizations do play a role in developing policy and legislation, and they've done really great work to get us as far. However, in terms of implementation, I really think that needs to stay with our Indigenous experts from across Canada. And there are many of them. And they're the most hardworking and committed people I know. I've never worked so many weekends in my life since I started in this job because of those people. They've been committed and working towards this for their lifetime.
Even evenings tonight.
Yeah, even evenings like you. Yeah.
Puis alors c'est Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton, please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll share my time with my colleague, Mr. René Arsenault. So, Mr. and Mrs. Ireland, thank you very much for your well-thought-out testimony, heartfelt testimony this evening, and I was very touched by it. Ms. Ireland, and in fact, Mr. Ireland, could you please share your opinion on how this bill will directly affect you and Indigenous languages across Canada? Ms. Ireland, your opinion first, and then Mr. Ireland thereafter, please.
Like that.
you know, we see in Canada, it's a bilingual country, and so there are opportunities for English and French everywhere. But Indigenous languages have been left at the sidelines and sign languages even further left behind. And so this process is really about bridging relationships and allowing people to have their identity and their strength within their own language, instead of looking to the majority who are speaking English and French. So, you know, this has become quite a barrier for us and for sign languages. For deaf Indigenous people across the country, they are even further ignored or, like I said earlier, put at the sidelines and forgotten about. So this really is about our country honoring this truth and reconciliation process and allowing us to have our identity and culture. Thank you.
Merci, mon cher collègue.
Thank you to my colleague, Ms. Hébert. I'm a Francophone from New Brunswick, so Acadian of origin. So there's a battle for one's language and one's culture through one's language, which affects us greatly, of course, and it's something that is drives me, and for you too, I imagine. Now, a couple of hours ago, reference was made to the 90-odd Indigenous languages, of which two-thirds, 75%, are endangered, in fact. So the objective of this legislation would be to enable Indigenous peoples to reclaim their language and revitalize their languages. You said that Section 7 didn't have enough teeth to your mind. I'm not going to have engage in a legal argument with you, but earlier we heard from the minister who really emphasized that this legislation was the fruit of an in-depth and broad consultative process, and that was in fact modelled on the desires of the Indigenous communities rather than the opposite, and that is it being shoved down their throats by the government. Now, correct me here if I'm wrong, but apparently the minister must consult with the various communities, and I'll read this in English.
To meet the objective of providing adequate, sustainable, and long-term funding for the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of indigenous languages. Est-ce que vous ne trouvez pas que cette deuxième partie-là a sa raison peut-être de vous rassurer?
Does this second part reassure you to some extent, at least?
No, there's the consult just isn't strong enough. I feel that there's still no obligation to actually fund. All they're saying in that section is that we're going to talk to Indigenous peoples about the funding and about what might be required.
Providing. Well, okay, maybe we disagree on that point.
Yeah, because we did, it was a question that I had, and I did consult a lawyer, in fact.
Well, I'm a lawyer too.
And his advice was, no, he said, Tracy, you are right that there is no obligation to fund. So, yeah, so that is a concern, and I'm just saying that it needs to be strengthened.
I only have 1 minute, so I'll talk to Mrs. We didn't hear Mrs. Gisner. You're a doctor in which field?
Linguistics.
That's what I thought. Okay, so my question goes specifically to you. En français, in French, we have an academy in France. I'm not from France. I'm not from Belgium. I'm not from Franco-African countries. I'm an Acadian from New Brunswick. And there is that big institution called l'Académie Française l'Académie Française. sometimes they move on with the new definitions, new words, and we're not necessarily in accord with that or happy about the way it evolves. Okay, follow me. Do we have in all those 90, and why I'm asking you this question, do we have something similar to this at a smaller scale, obviously, for all the 90 and more languages in Canada? And why I'm saying that to you is I'm from Eastern Canada. Mi'kmaq has many ways, like language, signs language, many ways to say one word. Mi'kmaq is the community surrounding Quebec, Gaspésian Coast, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, etc. Maine, northern Maine, state of Maine. And they seem to have some difficulty to, all those communities, to agree on certain specific words. So is there a kind of tool through that act that could be financed, or would that be a great idea, or maybe not at all, to find that kind of institute like the l'Académie Française?
Unfortunately, that really brings you through to your 7 minutes. If you have yes, no, if you want to provide an answer in writing, but that would be great. Thank you.
Can I just jump in? Is that possible?
Sure.
I just have a question for all of you. So as the standing committee, I can see that you represent a variety of different people. And I know that sorry, just the interpreter wants to be sure. You know, a suggestion or a tool of looking at how to get some agreement within languages, and we're, you know, like I had mentioned earlier, you're a diverse group of people represented here, but if you included indigenous people within the process, indigenous deaf people within the process, this becomes an excellent tool to resolving all of the issues that you've stated.
Well, I'm going to say thank you. I'm trying to learn a couple of bits here. Merci à tout le monde. That brings this panel to an end. And I thank you. Monsieur Nantel, you had shown verve to continue on with discussion with the committee. My question is it okay? You have all of the witness notices until the end of this week. The clerk can tell you all of the people who have agreed and been scheduled, just so you have a list, but there are still a lot of invitations out. We're still in the process. So would that satisfy you just for tonight quickly?
Just for tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tonight. And as far as the witnesses, thank you, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Well done, Madam Chair.
Thanks.